undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, You're willing to be first for 'em. Ha, look. I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Last time, the Indian region gave the world a team which made a major dent on the international circuit. Now we're back on the hunt. Will the history repeat itself, or will we see a new team rise up from the ashes? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series. But before we move on with the show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsors. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters the most. Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, AI is here. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. And of course, level up your career with DHL. With that being said, now it's time to kick off the show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be hosting Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Shai Shanu. Shai Shanu, the last time we had the pleasure to cast this game was all the way back in DreamHack. And now we're finally back over here casting Call of Duty Mobile. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling super nostalgic at this point and really excited. Looking at how pumped up you are as well. Because again, just as you mentioned previously, this was the biggest achievement of Indian esports that we had to offer in the world stage itself. So I'm also expecting some new changes coming into the gameplay of all these teams. And again, super excited to see all of these teams play in this tournament.
Now, you said new changes in the gameplay. Before now, we got to move on forward and look at the format, because this is something that will clear a lot of the dust that will be there on the brain. Now, as we know how things kicked off, of course, the open qualifiers were over there. From that on, now teams have moved on to this stage.
Yes, indeed. When we had 4 teams from the upper bracket and then 4 again from the lower bracket, it's of course like Vitality, GODLIKE, both of these teams right up in that upper bracket journey. A flawless one as well in a 3-0 fashion. But for the flip side, if we're talking about teams like TWOB as well as I2K Sui, these were the ones who had to go down in that lower bracket. Yeah, they faced some jitters, but it's fine as long as they end up in the top 8.
Hey, I mean, I can already see the GODLIKE fans in the chat be like, hey, just show us GODLIKE matchup. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? It will be there maybe in the future. But for now, we need to move on forward with the prize pool. Now, just keep this thing in mind. You guys might say there's only $700 on the line, but no. This is the prize pool for the individual groups, Group A and B. Each will be getting this prize pool in their hands. For the first spot, we'll be getting $700. The second one will be getting $400. Third one will be getting $200, and of course, fourth one as well will be getting $200 in general. But then there's another prize pool, which we like to call the Challenge Finals prize pool.
Yes, indeed. And that Challenge Finals prize pool is going to be massive. Where first place will get $6,000 for themselves. The second one, $3,000. Third and fourth receive $1,500 each. So it means if you are in the top 2 in your group, you will be qualifying for the Challenge Finals and you will be eligible to claim at least $1,500.
Ooh, I mean, keep that thing in mind. There's $6,000 on the line in the grand finale. And I'm pretty sure these players would not want to miss out on that. On the second spot, $3K. On the third and the fourth, as you mentioned, it will be $1,500 each. So that's a lot of money on the line. And of course, we've got some insane competitors as well. And now, as you mentioned, there's 4 teams in each group. So that's why we have divided those groups into 2. That means now we'll be seeing 4 teams in each group duke it out. Group A and Group B.
Yes, and it's going to be double elimination if I'm not wrong. Here are a few spoilers out there for the people. But yes, just as you mentioned, we'll be having a look at the brackets as well. But for now, we'll be seeing Group A first.
It's a GSL bracket, ladies and gentlemen, from which we're going to kick things off with Team Vitality versus TWOB. And then another matchup will be between Team Anthem and Su Esports. Whichever teams lose out on this matchup will, of course, be moving down to the lower bracket, round 1.
Yes, but yes, just as you also mentioned, since they'll be in the lower bracket, they will have the second chances too. But this is just Group A. We still have Group B remaining, where you will see the fan favorite GODLIKE.
GODLIKE, I2K will be the matchup inside of Group B, but unfortunately, to let you guys know, it won't be happening today. It will be happening tomorrow. So, of course, yeah, a little bit of an icebreaker for some people. It might just be the deal breaker, too. But then, for another matchup, it will be between AUTOBOTZ Esports and, of course, SICARIOS. Now, that will be the same bracket as well. As I mentioned, it will be the GSL format bracket. As we move on forward with the schedule, the first matchup that we're going to be kicking things off with will be between Vitality and TWOB. And we have seen these 2 teams duke it out in the past, and it has been one of the most closest affair we've seen so far.
I will not disagree with that. Back in the DreamHack, since you also mentioned, we saw these teams duke out 3 times in total, 2 times in their own individual group, and it went to a 3-2, and then 1 time it was in the playoffs itself. And guess what? In the group stages, it was Vitality who won it 3-2, but in the playoffs, it was TWOB in a 3-1. So I'll be super excited for this revenge matchup.
At the start of the show, you mentioned we might be seeing a little bit of changes here and there. But for now, it's time for us to find out those changes. Let's move on forward and look at the Vitality's roster. You guys see a massive change over here. Jokos is now going to be the one to IGL this team. He's going to be the one to lead this team because Minio has left it. which can either put a massive impact in a good way or a bad way.
Yes, and since you've already talked about the impact, right, I had a few spoilers here and there from the players themselves, and we'll be talking about that after the next roster, as it's going to be of TWOB. No changes here, it's all going to be the same, everything just like how it was back in the day. Extinct, Master, Ignite, Zyro, and Abyss.
Interesting, all the 5 players just sticking to each other. This is going to help them build up a little bit more synergy, and I want to see what TWOB has got in the back now. From what I remember, how TWOB liked to play was they just pretty much knew how to think out their plays, and they were playing much more slow and tactical. Now, if you speak about Vitality, they were much more laid back. Even they were sort of like the same team. They were playing things quite much more tactical. They like to think things out before doing it actually on the map. But now that Jokos is going to be the one to IGL, I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be seeing the same Vitality, or maybe the core playstyle is going to be changing. You never know.
I mean, with the rumors that have been out there, it is mentioned that Vitality is actually doing pretty well now, since Jokos is the one who's leading it. But here we go. We've been already talking about the matchups, right, Necro?
Yeah, exactly. The matchup will be happening. Before now, it's time for us to move on towards the map, Vito. And off the bat, as we know, we're going to kick things off with a hard point. Hacienda is going to be the map where we're going to be starting things off. And then, of course, on the 4th map will be Apocalypse.
I mean, I'm excited about both of these maps, but that is if it goes to map number 4. I also mentioned back in the ride itself that, you know, I think it will at least be a 3-1 fashion, so I'll be looking forward to Apocalypse at least.
Exactly, but then it's Search and Destroy. It will be Meltdown and Tunisia. 2 interesting maps. Meltdown was expected by me. You remember this as well. I said we probably will be seeing Meltdown, and yes, that is there. But then in Control, we have another interesting map.
Crossroad Strike. It's going to be super fun to watch out yet again. We've seen a lot of these teams go with Crossroad Strike itself, right? They don't usually change that up, but again, as we've already mentioned, I was expecting Raid as well, because that's a little more comfortable for all these teams, one of the OG maps out there. But that is, again, a map we will be seeing. How Control is being played is going to dictate the pace.
I mean, that's another one of those things, right? As soon as we know, when these 2 teams are going to be duking it out against each other, they are known for their tactical approach inside of the game. So, of course, they will try to bring out some new things out of the box. And maybe that's why they have picked up Crossroad. That's what I think.
I mean, it is highly possible, because here's one more fact about what things happened previously. In DreamHack, the team who actually got Control was the one to actually steal away the series. So that's one of the most important map. I mean, I'm not saying anything. You would never know.
There's always 2 ways to look at it. Maybe it was just lucky, unlucky. You know, you never know. There's also a bit of a luck factor involved. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Enough speculations. Now it's time for us to make the prediction. Even you guys can make your prediction in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know which team is going to be the one to win the first series of the day. Is it going to be TWOB or Vitality? I can already tell there's a lot of Vitality fans in the chat. But who do you think is going to be the one to take the first series, my friend? It will be a super close one. Keep that thing in mind.
It is. Someone needs to balance things out there, right? So I'm going to predict maybe TWOB would take things home. If not in a 3-2, then at least in a 3-1 fashion.
TWOB, interesting choice, right? I'm going to go with Vitality. I want to see how this new roster is going to be playing out. I want to see a little bit of more core playstyle change, actually, now that Jokos is the one to IGL this team. And considering we know what Burning Pros are capable of as well, if you remember the duo last time we named them Burning Pros, I want to see what they have got in the back as well, because we, of course, know these 2 guys, they pack a massive punch inside of the game. They pack a lot of firepower, and I want to see that firepower unleashed against TWOB. But the same thing can be said for TWOB. Much more a team that is relied on set plays. So I want to see how TWOB is going to be countering that stuff too.
Yes, I mean, in terms of countering itself, I would like to see some changes in the loadout as well, because if we remember, there have been some changes in the meta, and DRH is now being played a lot. That's one of our favorite guns, by the way. I have been playing it since the beginning, and yes, I'm that toxic player that does not follow the meta. I always go with DRH.
Hey, listen to me, man. I'm a big fan of Grau, okay, when it comes to AR, and then Switchblade, of course, when it comes to the SMGs. It's got some insane fire rate. How can you even fall back onto Switchblade? Even Fnatic can be a good choice, but still, Switchblade, I don't know, for some reason, I just love the feel of wielding a Switchblade. But then, how can you forget the snipers, my friend? Locust. We have seen that happen quite a lot of times in the past. If you remember that insane clutch from a 1v5 that we saw with the Locust. I want to see that once again happen, but of course,
Yeah,
not right now. AUTOBOTZ is not playing today, which will be happening tomorrow. But maybe from Vitality or maybe from TWOB, we can see some incredible moments.
I am really expecting that to happen as well, because both of these teams, they have shown that yes, they are super close in competition. Their skill level, there's absolutely no difference in any of the skill level between these players. It always comes down to those tactical decisions that you make, how well you control the spawn, how well you control those hills whenever it's about hardpoint, and in search and destroy, how well you basically get into the minds of your opponent. The lurk play is going to be super crucial for both of these teams, and in terms of control, you can either finish them off by getting those 30 kills or by stealing away all of those control points, or maybe just let the timer run out if you're on the defense side. That's totally up to you.
In my opinion, it's all about adaptability.
Yeah, true.
Whichever team's able to adapt first will pretty much be able to run away with the cake. If the team's not able to adapt quick enough, the problems will start to brew up. Now that we're seeing changes in Vitality's roster, there's a chance this team will be much more reliant on those theory crafting plays.
True.
And if that does happen, it can sort of catch the players of TWB off guard, considering, of course, TWB is one of those teams that really relies on a lot of research, right? And if we're going to be seeing some theory crafting being done from the side of Vitality, it can definitely put on that X factor that Vitality might just need.
I mean, with Chocos as the IGL and with the rumors that are brewing up, since the team is actually doing pretty well, I'm expecting them to now put on a show in front of us. But again, that's not the only two teams that are playing today, right? It's also Anthem and it's Esports. And if I'm not wrong, Anthem was the one that qualified from the upper bracket itself, while Esports, they had to take that longer run. So yes, again, had a pretty uphill battle in front of them, but since they're in the top 8 now, they've got a lot to fall back onto, because it's double elimination. We already know about that. So even if you not win the first one, you've got that second chance.
I mean, speaking of Anthem, we saw them struggle quite a lot last time.
That is
and
true.
hopefully the same thing's not going to be repeated over here too. I mean, of course, we as fans, we as observers or viewer, call it whatever you guys want to call it, we always expect something better from a team, right?
That is
or
true.
maybe some major improvements or major changes. Are those going to happen? Of course, future will be telling us. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to head inside of the first game between Team Vitality and TWOB as we kick things off on Hacienda.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow. That was a quick game.
What a draw.
Well, I guess
man.
there's some technical issues going on behind the scene. We don't exactly know what's going on. But yeah, soon enough, we'll be back inside of the game. I was super pumped up for that game, man.
I could clearly see that. I mean, the energy, it kind of went over and ahead of the entropy, and everything fell into the black hole. That's some nerdy.
Always happens with
yeah,
me.
it was,
Always happens with me.
It sometimes happens. It has to be there. But either ways, every good thing takes time. That's all we say. And even though we know that there are a lot of fans of even GODLIKE out there, the matchup is going to be tomorrow. But here's another thing, right? Vitality was considered one of the best rivals for GODLIKE. And back in DreamHack, we saw GODLIKE 3-0ing Vitality in every matchup.
Yep, that was the biggest upset that we saw GODLIKE pulled off against Vitality.
True.
And even Vitality themselves were shocked on what exactly just hit them. But somewhere down the line, GODLIKE knew exactly what they were doing. GODLIKE was preparing for the bigger picture. While maybe Vitality, they sort of lost out in that picture, but now that Vitality has sort of seen GODLIKE perform on the international stages as well, maybe they have cooked up some counter recipe, which of course we won't be able to see right now considering they're in the opposite groups, but maybe in the future we'll be able to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting that same thing to happen. And of course, since the future, we were also talking about the same thing back in the DreamHack 2, that even though TWOB was not able to get a first or second position in the DreamHack, we were expecting them to bounce back in a very solid manner. And seeing the way this roster has stuck together, we've always talked about how changes in the roster kind of changes the game style as well. Now, I'll not be taking everything away from Vitality, because yes, Mino did leave it, but Jokos is doing a pretty solid job, and at least 4 of their players, they're still together, so they would know the synergy. It's probably Sam's that I'm a little bit worried about, because he's the one who'll be playing in it, but since we're playing in it...
Yeah, well, it's time to move on towards Hardpoint. For one and last time, right? I don't want to announce it once again. Come on. Now it's time to move inside Hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to kick things off with Hacienda, and off the bat, all the players are just dropping down towards the mid. There's also a lot of fights going on. Of course, it's fight to contest the point, and already Vitality, they've got their hands onto it, and they're doing a great job in defending that. But TWOB, they swing back to life.
will definitely swing back to life, but the main part is who's the one who's controlling the spawns. For now, no one is trying to trap anyone, and again, this mid hard point is almost every time a 50-50. A couple of good trades for TWOB make it 3 because they will be having that numbers advantage and will be getting those crucial points in the mid hard point.
Exactly, off the bat. I mean, we also see Abyss taking down Bros. That can be a massive frag. But then still, it's all about contesting the point. And so far, TWOB is definitely running away with that lead. 23 points on the board, while Vitality still stuck on those 8. Somewhere downline, this is now starting to get real up close and personal for Vitality, and they're not able to deal with the problem that currently TWOB are brewing up with.
Yes, that is true, and the last scrap points were also stolen away by Vitality, so that's gonna lower down the lead, but good shot coming in from Extinct, doubles it up as well. And since we'll be moving to the P2, you can clearly see a very good amount of it is being controlled by TWOB towards that garage. So Vitality, they've got the good thing, that is the spawn in their control, so should be able to spawn quickly and closely. But look at that lurk that will be coming in, number 4 from Vitality, that's Birds.
Joko's with the crowd is, of course, now starting to be a big menace and a problem for the team in the front. But still, it's all about TWOB doing a great job defending that, and now they're once again starting to run away with these points. It's now going to cause a bit more problem and a little bit of more panic in the Vitality side of things, but still they reply back in quite a great style. Bros was able to get one, Extinct's down, but that's not really going to matter because the players of TWOB, they're always ready with the counterfire. They're always getting these trades down, and it's really creating a lot of problems for Vitality.
That is true. Since TWOB also control the spawn, they will be spawning up closely, but they've kind of given up on that scrap because they'll be going in for the rotations. Hunter Killer should be able to get one more pick, maybe, maybe not, as they'll slowly be trying to take control of the P3. Scrap going in for Vitality, a good pick by Zyro to take care of that lurk. And look at the spawn. Vitality are spawning everywhere around the map, but alright, they're trying to regroup again. Both of these teams will be making their own hit, but they're waiting for their own utilities, and a good shot by Extinct to open things up with the War Machine as he pulls it out.
Oh, Burning Bros once again back in action. 2 of them hit back with a 1-2, but then once again TWOB, they reply back with 3K of their own. Extincts and Abyss once again, even they strike down the players of Vitality. At this point, the kill feed is just being filled up by the players of Vitality dropping down on the board, and it's not a good news at all.
Yes, Equalizer being pulled out as well. Both the teams trying to go in with their own operators, but as the Sparrows shut down for TWOB, it's going to be a pretty big problem. Abyss could not find a lot of value, but since the trades are still for TWOB's favor, they will be trying to go in for that contest, but not a lot of points accumulated though.
Yeah, I'm an Equalizer. I thought I can definitely find the equalizing point on the board, but unfortunately, wasn't exactly something they were looking for. 70 points in the court of TWOB, looking quite comfy. It's all good in the hood for them. But at this point, we came down to this weird stalemate type situation. Okay, finally it's being broken down by that player.
Yeah, it's going to be massive now because we've got all 5 operators in the hand, and Claw has also been pulled out already by the number 5 in blue. And that's the Equalizer being brought out. This hard point is going for Vitality. No way for TWOB to contest it. They only had a couple of them which have been shut down, and a good shot by Annihilator.
Annihilator pulled out, but this time not quick enough to react on the fly. Even the Purifier's now going to purify for some souls with the fire. And unfortunately for Vitality, the players of TWOB, they had the lead, but Vitality, once again, they swing back to life. Now they're the one to gain the momentum inside of the game, and they're shutting down TWOB left, right, and center. Even Vega's able to strike back. Even Bird's able to find one with the Hunter Killer drone.
That red missile was massive indeed, but now it's going to be contested because no more operators to play around. It's just sheer gunpower. Burn still answers with a good frag with the grenade of his own on the other side. Still perfectly being controlled by Vegas. They will be getting the scrap points. Vitality now trying to run away with a lead of themselves.
Predator missiles are really starting to deal some damage, but then Extincts once again replies back to Vegas. Even Joko's falls down. Oh, this fight can be a crucial one, but it gets won by the players of Vitality. Once again, Vitality starting to run away with the momentum. 101 points on the board for now. It came down to a stalemate where TWOB, they're struggling. At this point, they just want to latch onto anything that they can, but Vitality are really making sure that TWOB will suffocate to death.
You need to try and have those upper floors controlled if you really want the hill for yourself. But yet again, it's going to be TWOB winning out on all the trades, but will be wrapped around by the members of Vitality. A good play from Sams himself. And yes, Burning Bros doing what they do. That is finish off everyone.
I just love the fact that the players of Vitality, they had the control off the balcony. That's why they were just able to rain down death and destruction on whoever was in mid itself. But once again, it's all about going for the point control, and it's all about getting the points flow in your hands, and that's what they're doing. TWOB Zyro with a 2K replies back. Can definitely be a massive one. But oh, did we just see a little bit of a Wifaruski?
Yeah, we just did. A little bit happens, it's absolutely fine. You've got such a good amount of fight happening left, right, and center. Sam's for now needs to find this important pick, but will not be able to do so. Zyro and the rest of the TWOB getting with some amazing trades and will now be moving towards the P2, and that hill is going to be controlled by TWOB yet again, but spawn yet again for Vitality's favor.
TWOB looking forward to swing back to life, but these close range fights are really not playing off that well for them. Even the hunter-killer drone from the side of Zyro was able to find one. Equalizer being pulled out as well. Unfortunately, not able to get a lot done with that. Just got one, and then later on got dealt with instantly. For now, it's just equal trades happening on the board. Claw in the hands of Sams, but even he got shut down easily. This Equalizer in the hand of Bros can actually pull out so much damage. Pulled out the War Machine too, but was not able to get a lot done.
And it's going to be the Sparrow being used up as well from TWOB. They need to find a massive value out of it, but alright, not a lot of those picks we are seeing, yet they do control the hill, so they will be equalizing in terms of those points accumulated. Just 15 behind now, and they've got the scrap for themselves, but will be going in for the rotations. The Lurker has been caught, and if you really look at the map control that TWOB have, they should be able to contest this hardpoint without any problem. Also could potentially get 1% in the lurk, but that's a good pick from Sams himself.
These DRHs are really starting to deal a lot of damage. Even the Graph 5.56 in the hands of the players is also doing some damage. Jokos is the man who's wielding it in his hands. Bros as well with the SMG as usual. Burning Bros, they're supposed to get up close and personal, real dirty, and that's what they're doing. Even Sams is able to reply back, but then TWOB, they hit them down instantly. Sams and Vegas, they drop down from Vitality. This point contention's looking a little bit too tough. Vitality, they're trying their best to push up against the odds, but they're still getting demolished.
Trades happening left, right, and center as you just mentioned, but it's going to be TWOB all across the kill feed. Vegas trying to find some equalizer with his own rifle. DRH in the hands, yet will be shut down. Annihilator needs to find a lot of value, gets one, tries to get the second as well, it connects, and this should provide the opening that is needed, maybe not. I said it soon, Jayokos will be able to take Master out.
A step closer to the victory. Vitality's lead getting compromised once again. TWOB almost close to find that equalizer. Unfortunately, though, Vitality, they get the point control back in their hands. So TWOB, for now, they will be suffocating once again. It's all about finding that control as quick as possible. And once again, Joko stuck in this corner. He's got a little bit of cover with his teammate. And Bro's able to reply back with Ignite. That's a massive kill on the board. Another one added to the books. Annihilator in the hands of Jokos. Let's see.
Yeah, but both the sides are now being controlled by Vitality,
Oh my God.
so they should have some
A 2K.
important value. Indeed, he can make a third maybe if he tries to find something. Extinct was able to shut him down as well. Some good smokes being pulled out by TWOB to try and find that entry, and they should be able to for some seconds, but Sams is there trying to shut down all of them along with Burns.
Well, Burning Bros, these guys are really doing a lot of damage. Burns and Sams, these guys are just dishing out so much damage. Bodies are dropping down like flies. And then DRH once again in the hands of Abyss. Unfortunately, was not able to get a lot done. He gets shut down instantly. Another man on the point. Vitality at this point, they've got the control and also the points flow. They're so close to this victory. 180 points easily secured on the board while TWOB struggling to win these duels. And once again, it's all going to be about those balcony control now.
Yeah, the more you have those first floor controls, the better for you. But yet again, in terms of rotation, TWOB should have a good one as the Lurker has been taken care of. But they also need to find another pick on Jokos. They were able to do so. Just as you mentioned, they've got the control, but someone needs to stay on that hill. No one is there right now. Pretty Missile being called in. If you stay there, you'll be taken out. Sams was also able to find one on Extinct, so that's some good pick. On the other side, in terms of operator, only a couple of them for the side of TWOB, while Burns is the only one who's got his own operator up in front. Question is, when are they going to use it? 30 more seconds, but oh my goodness, equalizer in the hands of Ignite.
Of course, it's going to do so much damage at this point. Even Master able to shut down Bros. TWOB trying their best to hit them back. But the trades are just happening back and forth and out and over. Vitality, they're just able to shut down TWOB. They're able to reply in style. No matter what TWOB is trying to put up to the board, it's all about the high ground control and the points control. And so far, TWOB is the one to have the point control in their hands.
Yes, that is true. They'll also be trying to get those scraps for themselves. Some crucial ones indeed, because it brings the lead down to just 18 more points. But the next hill still is being controlled by Vitality. How did even Master win that fight? Was shut down, but the trades are back and forth. The War Machine in the hands of Birds should be able to find a crucial pick. And yes, he does. That should secure a hill for them.
War Machine, as you mentioned, definitely found some crucial kills at that point, and that should be able to secure the hill. Vitality now, they've crossed the 200 marker. It should put on a little bit of more pressure on TWOB. And you can see Joko's, of course, the man who's leading the pack is doing quite a fantastic job as well. And with the crowd, 5.56, almost could have captured the point all by himself. Annihilator holding the angles down as well. It will be tough to surpass that. But still, the players of Vitality doing a fantastic job in flooding inside of the point and stopping the points flow of TWOB.
That was super crucial indeed. I wanted to say Annihilator needs to find its value, but yes, some good scraps being accumulated by TWOB. But for now, Vitality have taken the last 10 seconds for themselves, as we'll be moving on towards the next hill rotation being brought in by TWOB. But on the other side, Vitality yet again control almost every part of the map. But number 5, that was spawned just behind him. Zyro needs to find some massive value. He will be able to take down Vegas maybe. Dishes out some damage, but no, it's Vegas who wins it. That was one of the most crucial fight, and this should be Vitality's point now.
Yeah, the point in the outskirts, TWOB, they've always prevailed on this point. Will that happen once again, or will it be Vitality to hit back strong enough? Another man on the lurk in the back lines, and a lot of shots missed, and unfortunately the Purifier in the hands will be able to find a lot of value. Look at Sams, a quick 2K on the board right next to Burns. Once again with that, the advantage is going to swing back in the hands of Vitality, and now they're really close for this victory. And you just need a couple of more points. We'll make it 5 points, and Vitality should be able to get this win.
Yeah, they should be, but yet again, TWOB, they will be trying to contest it as quickly as possible. They're spawning closer to that hard point, but on the other side, Vitality would also be going in, moving all together as a pack. Trying to find it in some of those bullets. No operators on the board yet, but yes, a couple of streaks remaining, and as soon as I say it, Rose gets his own 248 points already, Necro.
Exactly. Just one step away from the victory. Vitality, they can sniff it. They can feel it coursing through their veins. It will be the first map win by the players of Vitality. Hard point secured. Now it's time to move on towards Search and Destroy.
That was, again, I wouldn't exactly say a very close series, but could have gone anywhere depending on how one of those P2 and P4 hills would have gone. Yet again, Vitality having that control, having the advantage in terms of the rotations is what got them going. Yes, they did get some crucial picks for them, but in terms of those lurking plays, the way they were able to shut down almost everyone from the side of TWOB, that is where they were able to secure this map.
The point in the outskirts, TWOB, they've always prevailed. And somewhere down line in the end as well, it did feel like TWOB can actually come out on top as well, but unfortunately, the world of battle, for them, that was not a battle to be fought. And they just came down. Unfortunate stuff.
Yeah, that is true. It all started with, if I'm not wrong, towards that P3, wherein Vitality had all 5 of their operators on board. And as soon as I mentioned it, that this could be their hill, this should be their hill, they were able to pull all of them out, and they secured almost every single point in it. If I'm not wrong, somewhere around 30 to 40. That is massive.
I mean, once again, off the bat, when we saw it was TWOB with the advantage. They were just running away with the advantage. But unfortunately, later on, Vitality, they started hitting back. But I like the fact that we haven't really seen the core playstyle change from Vitality.
Yes.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of more aggression from Vitality, that's for sure. But still, it's all about the core playstyle. It's all about thinking through your plays. And that's what they're doing. Now, we'll be able to see that things a little bit more clearer in the replays.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned, the early fights were being won by TWOB. We were seeing them all around in that kill field. And even in terms of rotations, they were controlling the closest spawn to that P3. They were trying to take as much space as possible. Look at that. Even towards that P3, we did see them spawning closer, and the same went in for P2. But at the end of the day, the more kills you find in the hill, that's where you win the game. And Vitality were just a little bit better in terms of adapting to what TWOB were bringing on the table.
I gotta say, this duo between Sams and Bros is a little bit too deadly. These guys together are getting multi-kills after multi-kills. Sometimes it's Sams, sometimes it's Bros, but I don't understand what's going on here, man. TWOB, they really gotta find a way to stop this duo from coming out on top. If the same thing keeps on repeating over and over again, it will be a massive problem in Search and Destroy specifically. Just look at the scoreline. 55 freaking kills from Burns, and then you move on towards Sams, who's not that far away, 48 wrapped up, while on the opposite side, the highest is Extincts with 38.
That's, I mean, IGL Extings, he usually is the primary sniper, but of course, since it's the hard point, we always see him on those rifles as SMGs. But yeah, at the end of the day, he also had 1:03 of time in the hill itself. On the other side, Sam's with 1:34. That is just bonkers. That's clear-cut difference in the way Vitality were playing on this entire hard point. It seemed that they had Hacienda and they were able to read TWOB like a book.
Exactly. I mean, Zyro 2 getting 37 kills and unfortunately 45 deaths. Yeah, that KD is not looking that great from the side of the players of TWOB. This just tells us the amount of duels they took were not won by them. And that's a major issue if you think about the upcoming game mode, which will be Search and Destroy. And over there, you need to have a positive KD whatsoever. Because if you're losing out on those duels, it's a massive problem. And the only way to win those duels is to shut down Burning Bros. Sands and Bros need to be shut down right then and there.
Even Burns was just burning everyone out there in that field itself. And again, it all came down to how well you're using those operators, and Vitality were just a little bit better. You always saw them finding the value, be it the Annihilator, be it the Equalizer, be it the War Machine, specifically the War Machine. I mean, how could you even shut down such a push? That too, that was happening in the garage from the outskirts or the bottom side of the map. That is just brilliant way, getting a 3K out there and then putting the Annihilator in the hill itself to try and shut down everyone on the outskirts. That was bonkers, but yes, as you mentioned, Search and Destroy will be the next one, and it sheer comes down to how well you use your lethal equipments and how well you aim.
I mean, in Hacienda, when you see the point in the middle, the best thing you can do is go for the balcony control.
Exactly.
You can just go on top and try to rain down death and destruction. And we know, in an FPS game, if you've got the high ground advantage, you will, of course, be the one to prevail. Or most of the times, you should be the one to come out on top of the duels. And that's what the players of Vitality were doing. First, they were going on top. They were destroying anyone that was on the point. And then later on, they were making their own mark on the point itself. Off the bat, we saw TWOB running away with the lead, but then later on, Vitality, they capitalized on that so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this basically gave me a few of the flashbacks from DreamHack as well, when these two teams faced off against each other on the map of Hacienda. This was the similar kind of result. Vitality, it's basically their home. But on the other side, though, in terms of Search and Destroy, I still would want to give things in favor of TWOB themselves because they have been showing some good progressions, and it's going to be Meltdown again. And it's one of the grounds where almost all the Indian teams, they feel that comfort, they like to play around it. So I'm expecting TWOB to pull that from.
I would say the comfort zone more sort of can be on firing range, though.
Yeah, it could potentially be there as well.
Meltdown, I would say it's much more of a little bit of like a tactical sort of map where, of course, Vitality and TWOB can't feel that comfort zone. And we've seen, of course, what GODLIKE can pull off. I don't really want to, you know, like go back with the flashbacks. But, yeah, I mean, overall with how things are looking like over here between Vitality and TWOB, I want to see what the future holds for TWOB now, because this just makes them desperate to win, to Search and Destroy.
That is true, because if in case this map is taken away by Vitality, then that's the third map we'll be putting ourselves onto. That's going to be the Control, so not the perfect one. Crossroads Strikes, it yet again will potentially come down to who frags the most, and in terms of those kills, we have already seen how well Vitality is doing.
I mean, let's be honest, we're not really expecting a 3-0, right? Chat,
I did not call it. I did not call it.
I don't think so. We're expecting a 3-0. There's no way. But you know what? It's time to move on towards Search and Destroy as we move in and step inside a Meltdown. It's going to be defending side, of course, which will be from TWOB, and from the attackers, which will be Vitality.
Yeah, that's a quick move directly from the mid towards the A, and it seems TWOB are playing on a full retake. The bomb should go down without any problem. No picks left and right whatsoever, but these second dump of utilities are going to be important as that nade. Oh my god, it connected perfectly, Master. What a way to start things and open things in your fashion.
I mean, off the bat, as you mentioned, the nade finds the first pick. Sam's taken down. That was a big danger card, if you remember.
Yep.
Especially in hardpoint, Sam's was the one who was creating a lot of problems. Once again, Burns able to reply back. The sniper can be off a key essence. Tundra in his hands, but even he gets picked off by Bros. What a beautiful lurk that was from the sidelines. Bros pulls up, and he strikes both of them down when they were not even looking at that direction.
TWOB waited for just way too long in order to try and go in for that execute. Yeah, they had the sniper rifle, wanted to go in for a pick first and then move forward, but alas, they just took a lot of the time, gave enough to Bros to going in that wraparound and get that pick. But now, since they made a very early progression towards A, now everyone's going in towards the B. 4-man push. They've only left one player. That's going to be Bros for that look. He's going to do what he does best. This fight is going to be important between Bros as well as Ignite.
It will be. And off the bat, well, you mentioned this fight will be important. And it's going to be Bros to win that one. These duels are really being put in the hands of the opponents. But TWOB, they reply back with 2 of their own. But then once again, Vitality, they spring back to life. It's a 1v3. I don't think so the last man will be able to pull off a lot. And even he gets shut down that easily. Now keep this thing in mind. Usually in 5v5 tactical gameplays, you need to be quick on the repositioning. Because repositioning is something that matters a lot.
I mean, in Call of Duty, you can do that way too fast and quickly as well. That's exactly what these teams will be doing. Again, bunch of utilities being dumped in towards mid. We haven't really seen Vitality go towards the mid progress apart from that first round. But that sniper shot missed. Did not connect. Sams will find the first one.
Oh my god. Well, it's Sams once again. Just melting down the players in the front, no matter who's going to stand against him. Sams is not going to be stopping anytime soon, and even Burns finds an easy pick. Another one is going to be approaching the same side, and Joko's, with this Locust in his hands, just looking for that one single sliver of peak from the opponent. That glimmer is all that's needed. Snap battle against Burns, and Burns finds the opener. A lot of shots are being missed with this sniper, and if the shots keep on missing, well, of course, the man's going to lose out on his life. It's going to be Bros with the closure.
He was ready to punch him. I mean, that's the level Vitality are at right now. They're just feeling it in this one, and it seems TWOB are not able to get a read of what's happening because of how Vitality are playing. They went in for some early aggressive play towards A from mid and then went towards B. Another third one, they also showed a little bit of a mid presence, having the control of those rooms. But for now, A is going to be the site where they're going to hit, and TWOB having the worst possible read.
Well, I mean, at least
It's a 5v5?
Yeah, well, at least they've got the plant. So that's a good thing. And Vegas, for now, with the CX-9 in his hands. This Locust, once again, just looking to find that blood. So far, I haven't even seen the man get any type of kills with the Locust yet. As soon as I say that, we see a quick flick on Extinct, and he gets extinguished from the game. With this Locust, Joko's is now starting to prove out a massive threat. The players of TWOB, all they can do is try to isolate the duels, and that's what they're doing. Abyss with a quick 2K. Might just return back to life, and now it's a 1-on-3. TWOB, they've swung back to life out and over. And of course, the last man, Vegas, tried his best to stop. But yeah, it's just not going to happen.
A good retake, a good one. I was about to mention that Abyss needs to win the fight, and as soon as he did, both of the players in his team also found a couple for themselves. So yes, a good one from TWOB, even though they lost the first two members. Good pick up. On the other side, Vitality now would have to change things up yet again. They're doing what they did in round 2 itself. They're going to send one man on the lurk, and then 4 of them will be going in towards B. TWOB have a perfect read this time, though.
Yeah. I mean, still Vitality. They do get the early bomb plant down. It can, of course, give them the edge inside of the fights, but the problem is they should not let the duels be isolated. And Vitality, somewhere down line, they're being a little bit too cocky here. Ouch. Yeah, the overconfidence really playing off against them, and that's why they're able to, once again, strike back. TWOB, they found the opener, and they're going to keep on capitalizing onto that, and that's what they're doing. Joko's, once again, with this Locust, even if he's able to find one, that can be a massive pick that Joko's can't rely on. It can't take things down to a 1v3, but a sniper being left out all by himself in a 1v4 sounds a little bit too much, unless Joko's is going to pull off some superhuman plays, which I highly doubt is not going to be happening.
He needs to find that one isolated pick, then change the guns, and then move forward. That's exactly, as you mentioned, is not going to happen. I like the discipline from TWOB. They know where the bomb is, and they will be watching on all those entry points. No way you're going to try and find a pick from this angle. No way you expect the players there. Yeah, he does not. Couple of shots being fired. Missed as well. Everyone's just going to push onto him now. No one's giving him any kind of peek. The sniper battle.
Yeah, this is starting to get real awkward.
And Tundra.
Yeah, well, Tundra will find the closure once again. Well, TWOB able to swing themselves back to life. That's a really good news. Here we see the comeback being established. Now, as I mentioned, Vitality, they're getting a little bit too ahead of their comfort zone, and that's why they're getting punished easily. Vitality, this confidence that they have, it's good, but I always mention this. There's a thin line between confidence and overconfidence, and when you step that's when the demise starts to happen. So Vitality, they need to really realize that thin line and make sure they're not overstepping that.
Indeed, that is true. And Vitality changing a few things, leaving a couple of players.
Ooh,
Vegas and
here we
Pros.
go.
What an opener. Joko's as well, tripling it up with the sniper rifle off his own. Extinx was taken down. No way you're going to find a pick with Tundra through that. Oh, Zyro. Hey.
I mean, off the bat, or at least they're able to start things off with the 3K, right? And yeah, I highly doubt now TWOB is going to be able to pull off anything. Quick adaptations on the board, and now that we're going to be switching sides, this is where TWOB can have a little bit of a more good and a faster approach.
Maybe they can try and dictate the pace, just how Vitality was doing in their half. Getting 4 rounds on attack, I think so, it's absolutely fine. And now they only need 3 more on that defense. Trophy system goes out. Oh my god, what a dash in from Zyro. What a slide.
Man loses his leg instantly. A shotgun in the hands. R9 is ready with the crosshairs being trained. But unfortunately for now, it's just trades happening back and forth. It is going to be a 2v2 in the end. TWOB quite closed to at least get the 3rd round on the board for themselves. If Vitality does get this round, it will be the 5th. They will be way too close to victory, and TWOB, once again, the panic will start to set in. Vitality looking quite good, looking refined, but as soon as I say that, a man oversteps and loses out on his life.
Oh, what a time.
One, the equalizer gets found, but still, it's going to be Bros with a 2K to close things off. How did that even happen? What a big mess up that was from TWOB.
Found a player with the utility in hand. That's how you try and get those duels isolated and find a pick of your own. A brilliant move yet again, and Vitality a much needed clutch as well, because if that round would have gone to TWOB, they would have just been 1 round apart. But yet again, things being changed a little bit. It will be worked upon by 3 players towards the A. Bros finds the first one.
Okay, there we go.
Jeez.
Opener in the hands, and now looking for a little bit of more blood. Unfortunately, the shutdown's going to be there quick enough, so you can't still say the trades are happening equally enough on the board for them. It's a 3v3 in the end, but still, somehow, Vitality, they find a quick shutdown.
And that's the Extinx shot connecting as well on the last player. Perfect play from TWOB. Getting that 3rd one for themselves. The more spread approach they are going with, the better they are finding those timings. And the timings are absolutely brilliant, just as I mentioned, because he found 2 players who were turned, who had their backs onto the front of him. So, good move, a good maneuver, and this time they'll all be going towards the B.
Here we go. Vitality on the defense so far. Sometimes they're looking quite shaky. Man forgets to check his back, and he instantly gets stabbed right there. Extinx with a quick 2K.
What?
Even Zyro able to reply back in a great fashion. TWOB, they're looking stronger on the attacking side, that's for sure. Now it's all down to the one last man, Joko's, with the Locust in his hands. What can he exactly do? Once again, isolating the duel should be the way to go, but this Tundra has always been able to find Joko somehow. But now Joko's as well. He's pulled out his own Tundra.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can do.
Oh!
Okay, there we go. That was the isolation that he needed. He's already found the first one, but unfortunately, the second one instantly capitalizes too.
He did see the second player as well, but again, those constant peaks, one after the other, the jiggles, absolutely perfect. So it's going to be yet another round for TWOB, and as I was mentioning, being 1 round apart, they're like, it's fine, we can give them 1 more round, we will still be 1 round apart as well, get the next 2 for ourselves. And looking at their approach, this seems to be a slow one, leaving 1 man, that's Master, to play in towards the A with their default. 3 people sticking together.
Interesting. Well, if you look at the defending side of things, everyone is quite spread out. They're quite spread out. But still, the main focus is on the B side, and that's why TWOB, they find the A side completely open, and now they're ready for the post plants. It's a big problem for Vitality to break into that defense.
Extinx need to find an opening for himself, because he's the one who's confirming there's absolutely no lurk happening. And Vitality, they seem to be going in for a spread of a 3 and 2. And man in number 3, Bros, he needs to find a pick of his own if he wants to start things off.
I mean, he's trying to breach in. It's really tough. They're expecting a crossfire around the staircases, which of course is there. It's being held down. Abyss, he found the first, but then Sams replies back with 2 of his own. What a quick flick that was, Extinx. But he gets traded out too. Sam's able to shut him down, and that's it. Diffuser will be there too.
But man, these rounds are getting so very close, down to those 1 HP duels.
One round away from the victory, man.
Yep. But again, I still feel TWOB should be able to pull a few things off for themselves. We'll see how that happens, if in case we'll be seeing an overtime or not, because these two teams have a history of going in on an overtime in the map of Meltdown itself. So I think so. That might happen. Slow approach did not work out for TWOB though. They did get the plant freely. However, mid is where we're going to look things at.
I mean, the key winning factor for these guys have been Pros.
Oh
and
my
Sams,
God.
But hold on. Shotgun should have been the one to come out on top, but unfortunately the man was too busy reloading the gun, so he gets caught. Which is quite a good news for TWOB. It's going to give them the man advantage that they needed, but still it's a 3v4. If one man is get caught lacking, then it's a problem. And still just looking forward to get the site control in the hands. TWOB on the attack. Now they're starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. That nade is just going to push
once
back
again, the A
Vegas.
site.
Yeah, they'll all be going in towards the A, but okay,
my
wait a
God,
second.
there we
Sams!
go.
Perfect pick, perfect opener. That's all you needed. And now you just need to play in for your life.
Okay, another one should be found from the top as well. Oh, this is not a good news at all. 3 players from Vitality. I mean, one man is still all the way in the back. But then there's 2 players quite close to the B site, which they think will be hit. But that's not the case. Instead, TWOB once again pulling off the smarter play. They do realize the A side is quite open most of the time, so they're going to keep on pressurizing onto that A side, and that's what they do. They move up right there.
Retake yet again. And at number 5, trying to find the lurker. Good pick coming in from Abyss himself. But Sams is still alive, and he's been proving really hard to deal with. He's been one of the biggest nails in front of TWOB, but yet again, all 3 of them sticking together. Now they're going to double up and try and move together to break the crossfire that could potentially be in that position. Trying to get a little bit of a boost of himself. Rifle has been spotted already. It's a good battle, and that's the trade coming in. Sam's been taken down, and Zyro finishes things off. One more round for OT.
Things are going to be elongated a little bit more. And as you mentioned, one more round away from overtime. But still, let's see. TWOB really making this series quite competitive and making Vitality sweat. Vitality on the defending side of things, they're a little bit weaker compared to the attack. That's for sure. Because it's more about Sams and Pros not being able to find the value as much as they do on the attacking side, but this time it's going to be Sams. Oh, with a quick 4K on the board. Sams, is he going to be looking for the ace too?
Highly possible. This man is just unstoppable. Zyro finds a pick of his own, but he needs to find as many timings as possible. He could potentially get one more isolated duel. Bro says no, finds the man lacking, and gets the map for his team. It's a 2-0, and TWOB are now in a deficit.
Here we go. TWOB. This is not a good news for them at all. Vitality. Off the bat in the series, they've got a 2-0 secured. This is going to give them such a massive medal edge. It's crazy. Moving inside of the last game of the series, TWOB will be sweating a lot.
That is true, because that crossroad strike could basically be a make or break deal for them. If they win that one, then only we will move to the next map of Hardpoint. If not, they will be going down in that lower bracket. Now, I've already mentioned, yes, there is going to be a cushioning since it's a lower bracket, a double elimination bracket, but you really do not want to fall down there because that's just one extra match that you need to play.
I mean, once again, you know what? I just want to relive all the moments. So let's move on forward and look at the replay, right? So let's move on forward and look at the replay, ladies and gentlemen, from that game. TWOB, of course, they try to make things quite competitive in that one, but unfortunately, on the attacking side of things, a lot of rounds were already lost from their hands. So they pretty much needed to book on that overtime, which unfortunately did not come through. But as we know, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Control, where things can be relived once again, and maybe they can bring themselves back in the series.
That is true. I mean, Vitality, they were looking super solid on their attacking side, as you mentioned, because the read from TWOB was being off from every other point of view.
I would say it was all Sams and Pros. Yeah. These guys, man, on the attacking side of things, they were insane.
Even on the defense, Sams with that 3K, 4K in every other round. And those were the only rounds that Vitality actually won, where Sams performed a 2K or a 3K. This was such a great performance from that man. How dare I doubt him early on?
I mean, once again, he was just relying on those insane heroic plays, and Sams was able to pull that off as well. So that's really good news for Vitality. But if you do move on forward towards the scoreboard, just look at the difference right there. Bros with 16, Sams with 14. I'm telling you, man, Bros and Sams, these guys, they have been performing up to the mark. And then on the opposite side of things, Zyro, Abyss, and Ignite are going to be your top fraggers too. But just look at that difference. Zyro with 16 and Abyss with 8. That's a stark difference in the scoreboard.
It just seemed that no one else was feeling it from the side of TWOB apart from Zyro, and that man was doing a lot of heavy listings, I'll be honest, specifically talking about Master. I mean, 2 and 11? That is not a way to play on SND, and not exactly when your team actually needs that map to try and equalize those numbers. He needs to brush off all of those jitters.
Somewhere down the line, we also saw those individual duels being won by Vitality a lot of the times later on in Hardpoint. Of course, initially TWOB was the one to find the advantage, but later on, Vitality, they were able to run away with the advantage most of the times in those duels. And I saw this coming. In Search and Destroy, it's all about winning those duels. And if you're not able to win those duels, well, then it's a massive problem because it's a 5v5 tactical game.
True. That is indeed true. And as soon as you get picked off by the lurker, we also saw Sam's finding some insane timings in that lurk play. And that is one of the reasons why he found those 2Ks or 3Ks as well during those lurks. So if you get picked off by a lurker, that means you've already lost the advantage that you once potentially built up early on. Because even when the SND started, we did see some of those questionable decisions from TWOB, wherein they found the first pick with the nade, and all they needed to do was follow up quickly. They needed to go in for that flood. I mean, it's kind of obvious that every time there's going to be a crossfire setup whenever you will be going in towards the side from mid. And that was what happened. But they went in one after the other. Did not flood in all together to try and find in some picks with the pre-fire. Now, those are just some few minor changes that TWOB can bring in and get the next round for themselves.
Is it just me, or is Vitality looking a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah,
I think so. Joko's being the IGL has definitely brought on that aggression. We saw the same thing inside Hardpoint, where the players were just going for the contention on the point, and now once again inside of Search and Destroy, even on the defending side of things, they were being quite aggressive.
Yeah, I will agree with you on that fact, because the rounds that they got on the defense were the ones where they read TWOB like a book and went forward for those duels, and Sam's found a 2K or 3K on the back of the setup from his team. This team is looking pretty aggressive, and if this is the way they're going to play, I think so this might actually be the first team after such a long time that might potentially, if in case, that's a lot of theory crafting, potentially in playoffs could steal away a map from GODLIKE.
Maybe. A map, is that really going to do the deal though? You need to run away with the series to pull off a massive upset. As I mentioned, we're here on the hunt to find maybe a new team rising up from the ashes, and it can be anyone. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys know what happens when this music cues in. That means we will be ready with the upcoming game of Crossroads Strikes. We're just a couple of steps away. Before we move on towards Crossroads Strikes, you think is it going to be a 3-0?
With the way things are looking, yeah, I think so. It's going to be a 3-0 for Vitality.
And yeah, especially the aggression that we're seeing from the side of Vitality is just getting me more pumped up. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to step inside of the map, where Vitality is, of course, looking to close it off 3-0. But the players of TWOB, they're fighting for their lifeline.
Yeah, that is true. 29 and 30. We're going to start things off in a 1-0 fashion. That's about it. And a tick of progress trying to be logged in towards the A point. However, again, these are the trades. TWOB looking pretty solid this time. They needed this one. And if you also see where they all are spawning, they're trying to control that A. And Vitality have kind of just given it up.
I mean, hey, off the rip, you see Vitality losing out on a lot of their lifeline numbers, but then once again, they're able to return back with the equalizer, and that's a little bit of a problem. 24-24 will make that 23 now. Things are really happening on the trade bases here, because both the teams are doing quite a great job in keeping the number equalized.
That is true. Those important picks back up in that room were super crucial for them.
Oh my god, Joko's!
What a massive value from the sniper rifle in that long range. And they could potentially go in for a spawn trap as well. And that's what they're trying to do. But some good trades by Master and Ignite.
Now, that's still a big advantage in the hands of Vitality. It's going to give them a little bit of more firing power, maybe in the front. Joke was able to find that crucial 3K with the sniper and really put his team ahead. And now even Vegas and Burns, they reply back, but TWOB, they get a series of kills. That's going to put them once again ahead in the board.
True. First tick of progress was locked in towards the A, but only 25 more seconds remaining. The clock has been stopped, and as long as they keep on progressing, that's going to be the case. And now they're also looking in towards the B, where they try to find the opening, but Vegas and Burns will try to find the shutdown, and they will be successful in that. Shotgun in the hand of Bros, gets fun, and then will be traded.
Oh no, last 5 lives remaining for TWOB. do whatever you can to save yourself inside of the game. If Vitality is able to run away with the objective or this win, the series will be done and dusted. R9 up close and personal, of course, finds a lot of value, and I think so at this point it's pretty much done. It's a 1v1 in the end, and it will be
Burns to win it
oh my
out.
god.
Brilliant. Yet again, Vitality. Now we've seen it's pretty easy to go in for the defense whenever it's about control. Teams kind of find them comfortable onto there. But yeah, since it's Crossroad Strike, I kind of particularly feel that you need to spawn trap your opponent. And it's pretty easy to do it from both of the sides. That's going to be crucial. As again, it's Vitality now who will be trying to take those hills for themselves. And in number 4, Burns is the one who will be trying to lock in the first tick of progress. Master finds the opener, but they need to find more than the opener itself.
Oh, the Fnac in the hands of Extinx was not able to get a lot done. Master with the shotgun in the hands. R9 is of course there, but still the elimination feat is just going crazy. Sam's able to reply back on Master. Now finally we're seeing some equal trades on the board, but still Vitality in 1 life disadvantage. It can give them a big problem in the future. The sniper definitely needs to find some value. Extinx is trying his best to at least find some random connections through the smoke, but it'll be quite tough. And Vitality, Sam's once again replying back with a multi-kill.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of operators as well, Vitality, so can try and pull a few of them off.
Annihilator.
Jokos is the one who brings in the first one. Master as well. He's got an Annihilator of his own, but good value being found by the members of Vitality now on the back of those crucial picks. They should be able to lock in the first tick of progress towards the AS. Claw is also being used by Sams.
Interesting Claw in the hands of Sams now, just looking forward to trust pass. This entire barrier that's right in front of him. Maybe if he does find that crucial pick, he definitely can aggress on a little bit. And as you mentioned, he definitely does. That's going to give him such more of a confidence booster that he needs.
Ready missile by Jokos as well. Gets one important frag itself. And Sams is literally the one who's trying to spawn trap the members of TWOB. And they've got a lifeline. 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock as they got the first objective itself. Only need to work towards the B, where now TWOB will be moving forward. This pick should be important. And that is what Abyss tries to get. Can he double it up? Yes, and on the back of it, he's got the Sparrow now.
The disadvantage just keeps on multiplying. 13 to 10. Vitality having a 3 lifeline lead. That can mean a lot, of course, in the future. And now it's 11 to 8. Unfortunately, TWOB for them, this game slipping out of their hands, and it's not a good news at all. TWOB something needs to be pulled off at this point. Yep, of course, the sniper is able to find a lot of connections for Vitality to Ignite. Is trying his best to reply back as well, but final 3 lives left, and Vitality at this point, they're like the Grim Reapers, just collecting the souls. TWOB, they cannot reply back at all. Vitality, they decimate the players of TWOB in that round 2.
The fact that they were able to make so much progression towards those control points, that is crucial. And I mean, it's a complete shutdown, and it's in terms of those aim duels. The way Sam is just able to spawn trap solo, that was phenomenal. Some quick early trades, 1 for 1 though. And this is the first time we see Vitality get the first pick.
Off the rip, we're seeing trades happen quite nicely, but then later on, somehow, Vitality is always running away with those little leads. And those small leads are converting into bigger ones. And that's a problem. Oh, yeah. A quick shutdown with, of course, the sniper, Jokos. Now, he's really proven out to be a massive asset for the side of Vitality, which is a good news. Sniper on this map has always came out on top, and that's why Jokos is now really finding himself in that comfort zone, in that groove, while TWOB, once again, with a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the lifeline. Now it's 20 to 22, but they're still trying their best to hit back.
Slowly Extinx as well with his own Tundra. Will try to find as many picks as possible, and a good shot being connected by Sam. He is not letting anyone take control of this area and might possibly do the same thing again. That's the spawn trap in towards that room. Vegas and Sam's finding their own crucial picks, but some good trades by Extinx. He's the man who is standing strong, trying to equalize the odds, but a 5 life advantage for Vitality. This could pose a big problem as only 25 seconds left on the clock.
Not that many lifelines left. Once again, if Vitality runs away with this round 2, that'll be it, ladies and gentlemen. They will pull off a big upset by completely 3-0ing TWOB, which was something none of us expected. We thought that this series is going to be going super close, maybe potentially all 5 maps too, but no. Instead, it's 9-6. Once again, soon enough, final 5 lifelines will be left over for TWOB.
Oh,
and
good
yes,
shot.
that's what happens. final 5 left for TWOB, but the same thing can be said for Vitality as well. And at this point, every single life matters too much.
Annihilator in the hands of Jokos. He can try and find the rest of the members as well. Vegas with the Purifier should be able to shut everyone down. And yes, it's going to be Jokos to close things out. It's a 3-0. Yes, on control, as well as in the series.
Wow. Vitality pulling off a massive upset off the rip on the first day. 3-0ing TWOB. This was a series that we thought can go all the maps, but no, instead Vitality, they make it completely one-sided. This is something that none of us saw coming. What an astonishing way to start things off.
That's actually a pretty solid way. Yes, I would 100% agree with you on that point, because just as you mentioned, no one expected this to happen. Even I was thinking that yes, it's a full-on 5-map series. If not a 5-map, at least a 3-1. But man, oh man, this has been a disaster for TWOB. But what a way in the IGLing of Jokos. Vitality has been looking insane.
Jokos has brought in that aggression that maybe was essential for Vitality.
True.
And they were looking to find that missing piece of the puzzle. And it seems like Jokos is definitely that missing piece of the puzzle. Him on the IGLing side of things, he's been doing quite a great job. Of course, in SND and in Hardpoint, he wasn't really able to find a lot of that value. But then later on, in Control, Jokos showcased what he's capable of. The amount of times he found his team, the advantage that was essentially needed. Jokos, I would say, was the MVP in Control, without a doubt, hands down.
He should be, because just look at the way Vitality were trying to go in for those spawn traps. But at the same time, I mean, I would also like to bring the attention towards Sam. The man single-handedly controlling those rooms without any operator, just with his weapon. And when he got the claw, you cannot enter through those choke points. You are done for.
Sams and Bros, these two guys are insanely well. The way they've been able to perform inside of this entire series, I would say they should be the one to sort of get away with the trophy as well, because I'm not going to lie.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, of course, Sam's once again at the top with 23 kills. And then Jokos is going to be right there, right underneath him. I told you. Control, MVP is going to be Jokos, hands down. And then Vegas with 20. Of course, Burns and Bros, they were not really able to perform up to the mark. But hey, it's completely fine. These guys were performing throughout the entire day. But Sam's has been consistent in all 3 maps.
I mean, the only people that Burns is behind are the top 3 of his own team and just one master on the other side. Apart from that, yeah, it's all good and done and dusted. But as you mentioned, a very solid performance. Sam's the most consistent player. And yeah, when Minho left and they brought in Sams as well, I really thought that it might be difficult for Vitality to pull in that kind of synergy back, because you did not have a lot of time, just a few months of practice, that's all. But the way they have synergized, and 3-0ing TWOB, a team that has been playing together for quite a while now, I mean, my brain is just going bonkers at this moment.
I would say it's been a 3-man show from Vitality.
Yeah, true.
Sams, Bros, and Burns. These guys, they have been just carrying the team on the back. I mean, these 3 guys, man, with the way they also turned things around in Search and Destroy, the way they play at Hardpoint as well. Off the rip, we thought that TWOB should be the one to get away with the victory as well, because they were winning majority of the duels. But then later on, we saw an instant switch up. We were seeing Sams in the kill feed just going bonkers. We also saw Bros doing the same thing. Even Burns was pulling off some incredible upsets. So these 3 guys from the side of Vitality, they are the must needed to be shut down if you're going to be facing off against them in the future.
True, because when Burns or Bros do not perform, you've got Vegas stepping up. You've also got Joko stepping up.
Yeah.
That is just bonkers, that the amount of firepower that this team is carrying forward. Yeah, TWOB were basically outclassed in this match entirely by Vitality, and a good read from their side.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, now it's time to look at the brackets once again, because they will be updated. With that first matchup, we found our first team, which is going to be moving down to the lower brackets, and also we found our first team, which is going to be moving towards the upper brackets, round 2. It's going to be Vitality. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on to the second matchup of the day, which will be played between Anthem and Esports. And whoever loses this matchup will be facing off against TWOB. And I know, man, listen, I'm going to say this thing before you do. An injured lion is something you should never mess around with. And right now, TWOB is the injured lion.
Yeah, that is true. I'll be pretty scared to face them off as well. But hey, at the same time, you know, Anthem and Team Su. Anthem,
Yeah.
we've seen their performance back in the DreamHack. Yes, it was not very convincing, but we also had that idea that Anthem is again a team of 5 friends that have been playing for a while now, and they went in for that tournament to play in together. Yes, they've been practicing a lot, but it kind of always comes into play whenever there's a perfect organization's team with the coach themselves working, prepping themselves and preparing for the Worlds, and then Anthem who are still trying to gain that experience. So they were the ones who were on the learning end, but this time they are the ones who have had that experience, and Su is the one who's on the learning end.
I mean, hey, look, it's all about adapting on the fly.
True.
If Anthem's able to adapt on the fly quickly enough, they will come out on top in this upcoming matchup. If Su's able to adapt on the fly instantly, then they will be the one to come out on top. You can also look at it as like an advantageous factor too for Su, because there's a lot of odds available against Anthem on the internet. But maybe against Su, there might not be enough info. So Su can definitely punish Anthem. And as you mentioned, the players that are playing inside Su, even they do pack a lot of punch.
Yeah, that is true. And since you're already mentioning about all of those things, right, I really feel that Su could pull it off, but again, we'll have to watch what happens.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose a game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look. I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work. Through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, with an interesting and an astonishing start to the day, things have been looking quite spiced up now. Vitality completely dismantling the likes of TWOB was something we did not see coming because we thought that maybe it will be a close affair. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, we will continue the show, but before doing so, we need to also give a huge thanks to our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters the most, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, AI is here, Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, and of course, level up your careers with the DHL. With that being said, join alongside with me on the panel is of course going to be my co-caster, that lovely guy who's got the nice smile on his face. It will be Shai Shanu. And yeah, off the bat, I mean, it's something we did not really see coming. Now we're going to be moving forward in a matchup where Anthem can definitely have the upper hand, but you never know what Su's got in the back.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, all the players from the side of Su, we did not know about them a lot. They were fairly new in the scene of Call of Duty, at least, because back during the DreamHack, we did not see this team at all. But on the other side, Anthem, yes, they've got that experience, but you've also mentioned previously that a lot of odds are available for Anthem. So Su could have done their preparations, and you know, it's super difficult to control to say it. Su, I love to say that.
I mean, maybe when they win, we can definitely say that.
Yes.
For now, it's time for us to look at Team Anthem's roster. It's going to be Wiz, of course, Starboy as the IGL, Fallen, Parihar, Kayan, and then it's going to be Karma. Now, it's the same roster that we saw in the past. A couple of little bit of changes, of course, here and there, as we saw Proxy leave this roster in the past, and Parihar and Karma are the new additions.
Yes, indeed. Proxy was the new addition previously, so I think so the synergy just did not mend out well, but Parihar and Karma have been doing pretty solid. But since we've already mentioned about Anthem, might as well have a look at Esports as well.
I don't like that you say it that way, man. Just say Su Esports, okay? And, well, off the bat, we've got Smokey. Then, of course, we've got TWOB as well. An interesting lineup, of course, from the side of Su Esports. Now, as we know, this is the first time we're seeing these players, of course, perform at such a massive stage. But as I mentioned, too, they can also have the advantage because their opponents can be easily predicted.
Yeah, that is true. Predicted? Well, that's going to be the question because, again, Anthem would have done their own prep as well, would have changed a few things because previously they could not win even a single series. Now, that was something we mentioned as well that, yeah, it's a good learning experience from them. We've already mentioned it multiple times. You either win or you learn. So they were learning, and now is the time for them to utilize what they have learned.
I mean, once again, with Anthem, they have learned their lesson in the past. When we were, of course, casting the event in DreamHack itself. We saw what Anthem was capable of. We saw how they got destroyed by teams. And hopefully they have learned from their past mistakes
True.
as well. Because now it's time for us to move on a step closer to the upcoming game as we step inside of the map veto, ladies and gentlemen. In Hardpoint, we're going to kick things off with Summit, and well, Hacienda is going to be the second map for Hardpoint.
Yeah, that is true. That is if we're going to see first map or
Yeah, of
maybe
course.
second or third map being won by one of the other sides. But on the other side, when we'll be moving on to the Search and Destroy. Again, firing range, one of the most OG maps. You've also mentioned how teams love to play on that one, specifically in the Indian region. On the other side, it's going to be Express. Now we've seen Express being pulled off quite a few times.
Yeah, we have.
And yeah, the teams, they kind of have a lot of fun on that map. Instead of any tactical play, they just have a very fun play.
Interesting. Well, you wanted to see Raid, and it will be in front of you too, man. Now you're quite excited. I know Raid's going to be there in control, but I really want to see how these teams will be performing onto that map because
True.
Raid is definitely something that can bring in a lot of surprises for these guys because they've never faced against each other in the past on such a big stage.
Yeah, that is indeed correct. And also there's one more thing, right? Back during the DreamHack time when we were having the conversations with the players as well, I found a few leaks here and there.
Okay.
And that was Firing Range is a map where Anthem, they kind of prefer to play. And yeah, it could be a generic statement as well for the teams, but since the players themselves have said it, I think so. It kind of could be said that if in case they take the first hard point, they should potentially be in a 2-0 lead.
Don't you think so? Firing Range is one of the most OGest map and
True.
also quite a classic map in my opinion.
True.
So a lot of teams can't feel at comfort at the map of Firing Range. You cannot really say that it's someone's favorite map. So you never know what's going to be happening. Anthem, they have been destroyed on Firing Range multiple times.
That is
The
true as
same
well.
thing can repeat as well, or either things can be super competitive. You never know what Sue's got in the back.
Yeah, that surprise element is going to be the key.
Yeah.
But again, at the same time, you know whenever we hear that music in the background, what time it is going to be. Before we move forward, who do you think will win this game?
I'm going to go with Anthem because I
Okay.
think so. They, of course, have a lot of firing power considering they're going to be moving up against Sue, which, of course, lack that confidence and the experience, too, that is needed to gain that confidence.
That is true. And also, it being said, Anthem is a team that qualified from the upper brackets. Well,
Yeah.
so they had to take that longer route from the lower one. We also mentioned that in the pregame segment itself, that so, yes, in terms of the flawlessness, they haven't had that, but Anthem on the other side definitely did. So I'm expecting Anthem to pull this one off as well. If not in a 3-0 fashion, then at least a 3-1. But hey, who knows? Maybe Sue could put an upside.
Maybe. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of question marks on our faces, but do let us know, which team do you guys think will be the one to come out on top in this upcoming big game? Will it be Anthem? Will it be Sue? Let us know in the chat. Lock in your bets. I mean, predictions, of course, and let us know. But with that being said, soon enough, we are going to be jumping inside of the first map of the day, which will be Summit, which will be an interesting way to start things off. We know Summit is much more of a closer range map.
Yeah, it is comparatively a close range map, and at the same time a very mid-oriented map too, wherein you've got that mid P1 where you have to try and take control of the upper floors as well as take control of those sides to make sure no one is flanking you whatsoever. The one on the top side of the map, that's going to be the top ramps, that's also going to be one of those important key points. But this map always comes down to one specific thing: who controls the spawn points. I mean, in all the other maps, yes, it is important, but not entirely map defining. In this one, it actually is.
I mean, in general, if you do find the spawn point control, how are you going to be stopped? Just imagine that. It will be next to impossible to stop because you will always have the advantage in the upcoming duels that will be there if you do get the spawn point control. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The matchup between Anthem and Sue begins now as we step inside of Summit. You never know how things will be kicked off. Will it be Sue to start things off on a fantastic note and gain that confidence that is needed inside of the series, or will it be Anthem dismantling their opponents? And off the bat, we see a lot of kills just flood in on the deck.
Yeah, that is true. But again, you always want that right side control of that spawn if in case you're spawning near the P1, and it is currently being held by none other than the team in yellow. That's going to be Sue Esports. Okay, a few trades going back and forth, but yet again, those important crucial picks that Anthem was able to pull it off, should be getting themselves the control of the P1, and they do.
It's the right timing, and now R9 from the back is going to be stabbing him quite nicely. Of course, the elimination feed right now is going back and forth, but still, Su Esports with the advantage is running away, and that's not a good news for Anthem. They've only got 7 points on the board so far, but still the contention's not there even for Su. Both of these teams are struggling on the equal page. Karma, with the Fnac in his hand, just looking to find anyone towards the point, but it's looking really tough.
Indeed, the man in one, so Scav was the only person who spawned closer to that hill, but was taken care of finally now. All the 5 players back on towards the board. The scrap will be divided and we are dead even, 20 and 20 as we move towards the P2.
Zeptic with a quick 2K returns back. Su once again get the advantage inside of the fight, and they also get the point control, and that's why you see the points flood in their core too.
Ow.
Oh, the man was just thrown down to the corner, thought that he's probably going to be the one with the nature, but then he gets snuffed out easily. Smokey with a 2K, Zeptic follows it up, but what? A quick 3K returns back from Anthem.
That is indeed true. I mean,
Massive.
this is just so very messy, but the
Oh
War
my
Machine should
God.
find a lot of value, and it actually does. Gives a good room of breathing to Anthem, and also will try to get them in the lead. Will finally be able to take it away, but again, the contention is there. So Esports, they've got a close spawn. But this hill, scrap points, again being controlled by Anthem. Everyone's just going to be moving in from the exact same direction. That is not the perfect place to be at.
Anthem able to open the floodgates, and the amount of kills that are flooding in, that's insane. Anthem, they're winning the majority of these duels, and now it's keeping them in the advantage. Of course, it's going to be another man with the R9 in the hands. He finds the advantage once again. Karma, too, with Fennec up close and personal. This Nate's going to find the opener. Su, they're collapsing down. They're not even able to win a single duel. But then TWOB replies back with one. But just that one single kill, it's really not going to do anything. We saw also a Sparrow being pulled out.
Yeah, Sparrow in the hand as well. And AFK has not been shut down whatsoever, so Starboy will be able to find massive value with it. Yeah, indeed. Will be taken down by the equalizer of Septic. But these operators need to find value. Anthem is trying to run away with the lead. Shotgun in the hand. Fallen could try bring his own operator Karma as well as Claw in his hand. So this could be massive. But TWOB is the one who's currently operating with that Claw.
No.
And everyone will be shut down back and forth.
Slides into his depth straight up. And it's Su Esports on the point. They've got a nice counter objective set up for themselves. They've got a nice, good defense set up towards the point. But unfortunately, another pick flows in from the side of Team Anthem. These type of isolations should not be given away. And Anthem, once again, just cleaning up the entire ground. Just mopping them away from the point. And Su Esports, they lose the control towards the point once again. Anthem able to run away with the lead and the points. And it's not a good news for Su. Su now is going to be starting to look quite desperate.
Yeah, but there's one good thing for Su. They've got a good rotation directly in towards the P4 itself, but the spawn is not in their favor. Anthem is the one who's controlling that spawn, but still, wait a second. Su, a couple of members have spawned backwards, so should be able to pinch the members who are inside, but the number 2 and 5 in blue. That's Fallen as well as... Okay, that's a crazy name. Vivi. They should be the one who will potentially find a few picks of their own, but it's a scrappy fight yet again. Equalizer being pulled out. Annihilator in the hands of Smokey is the one that finds Fallen.
Yeah, man was pre-firing every single corner towards the side itself, but unfortunately was not able to do anything. Once again, the plant's being guarded quite nicely. The entire point's being guarded quite nicely. But still, it's Anthem somehow prevailing all the time in these duels. Once again, Su Esports, they get their grip firm. They close it. They have got the point control, but will they be able to sustain it? That's the real question. So far, they have been struggling. And once again, the struggle might just start to continue. Starboy is taking the fight up close and personal, but he gets shut down. That was supposed to be a crucial duel, which needed to be won by them. But then Karma's got his teams back, and he's going to make sure his team's going to come out on top once again.
Just a couple of scrap points being taken by Anthem. Su was the one to find some opening, but these kills need to go in their way. And it's a back and forth yet again. But man in number 4, Parihar, should be the one to find a few extra points for himself. It's going to be Su spawning in the closer one for that hill, so should be able to contest it. They've got the high grounds as well. And look at everyone from Team Anthem. They are inside the hill.
Yeah, I mean, Team Anthem, as you mentioned, they're inside of the point. They have managed to open the floodgates, and they're just flooding in towards the point. Fnac is, of course, doing a lot of damage, and then Olive as well from the back lines, trying to pull off something. He finds another man
towards
the players of Anthem, and nicely done. A quick 2K on the board, return his team back in the fire. Starboy as well is trying his best to keep his team in the contention, but it's getting way too tough now. Both these teams, they're making it look quite competitive, but Su Esports, they have indeed ran away with the 3-pointer.
Yeah, that is true. On the other side, Team Anthem, since now they control the close-up spawn point, will be able to get a few scraps for themselves, but that's not what Suyu want to let them have. This P2 is going to be important, who rotates there first, and it seems Anthem will be the one to try and get that positioning advantage. The Starboy needs to win it, will be taken down, but he's got the Sparrow in his hand now. Should be an important tool in terms of the operator. Suyu also have got a couple of one, as well as Anthem, two of their own, but it's again Su spawning in the closer spawn point and should be finding a lot of value, but it's Starboy with the Sparrow!
Yeah, Starboy with a 2K. Starboy's been able to pop off from Anthem. You gotta give all props to Starboy so far. Anthem, they have been able to win a majority of these duels on the back of Starboy. War Machine is trying his best to find the value. Of course, he's doing so as well. Another multi-kill. Anthem looking unstoppable with that War Machine. It's going to give them such a big advantage inside the fights too. And once again, Esports, they're probably going to fall back. 123 points on the board. Anthem just a step away from winning this entire thing.
Yes, indeed, True brings in the pretty missile as well. Finds one. So Wiz was able to take care of Ole, but Spawn Trap now trying to come in from Starboy was shut down just as quickly. It's going to be the P3 where we will be moving things forward. This is the one where I have been mentioning the spawn control is going to be super crucial. This is where Su previously found the lead that they had and then were able to quickly transition it in towards the P4 as well. This time Team Anthem realizes the mistake and they are trying to take control of the spawn. With the man in number 5 in yellow, Smokey, still trying to have it, making sure that the spawn is for their team.
Yeah, but once again, both these teams, I would still say they're struggling on the equal page. You never exactly know what's going to be the outcome. Anthem with 138 and Su Esports with 127. Things are looking quite interesting. And off the rip, I mean, they have definitely got the points control, and Su, they will also run away with it. I like the defense being set up towards the point as well.
I've mentioned it, the man in number 5, Smokey, he needs to be taken care of. As long as he's there, the spawn will be theirs only. And again, some crucial trades coming in, no operators to work with, just one that Fallen has. Team Anthem would not want to utilize that to try and break this setup. Su, yet again, running with the lead.
157, 158, and of course 160 points accumulated by Su. This is interesting, none of us saw this coming. Su able to run away with the lead, and Anthem now looking quite desperate. They have always gotten the points control, and they're able to sustain it in quite a great fashion too. War Machine shut down, but then once again, Starboy is making sure his team's going to swing back to life. Growl 5.56 on his hands too. Fallen up close and personal with the shotguns. They're just waiting for the next point to spawn.
The right spawn is going to be important. Parihar is there, standing, but for how long, that's going to be the question. His team, they're spawning almost everywhere around the map, and now the spawn has been flipped too. So Esports going in with some amazing rotations, and TWOB with the claw of his hand is going to make sure no one enters, no one dares to enter. He'll be firing all of those shots and will be getting a massive value. And yet again, Anthem finding some struggles.
Yeah, TWOB, I mean, with the claw, he found some more value, and he's still somehow alive. Su, they're definitely packing a lot of punch, and for now, it does feel like Team Anthem, they're just not able to deal with that properly enough. TWOB was also able to reply back with a couple of more, and Su, yeah, as you mentioned, they're just running away with the lead. They're looking unstoppable. They're winning majority of these duels, and it's a really big problem for Team Anthem. It's not a good news at all.
Okay, EMP being brought out as well, so that's again Salt on top of the boons. Olive has got the Sparrow of his own, so this hill should be theirs if in case they take control of the upper floors. That's going to be the main thing, but Scab is the one who finds the opener, gets a 4K with the War Machine.
Oh my god,
that is phenomenal.
Add on another one on the top. Su, oh, what are they pulling off over here? Anthem, they're just being proven unparalleled in the later phases of the game. None of us thought this was going to be the case of this entire scenario. And now, Su, they're just winning every single battle you see on the elimination feed that's been taken so far. Yeah, a couple of trades once again starting to fall out, but the trades are really not going to cut it. 242 points. This is not looking too good. Just 5 points away right now. All they need is to sustain this control, and they have done so. Ladies and gentlemen, Su, so close for this victory, and they're probably going to run away with it too. Team Anthem, they have been proven unparalleled by Su, and we all have definitely been astonished.
Indeed, very astonishing play coming in from their side. Su Esports. That was, again, there's those questionable plays that always come into play, right? The back directly towards P3 is where we saw things changing up. We saw one team in the lead, and then towards the P3 is where everything just changed, everything just switched up. And after that, it was just a steamroll.
Steamroll indeed. Off the bat, we thought that this is probably going to be a really close and a tight affair, but then later on, Su Esports, especially when we saw that 200 marker being hit on the board. After that, Su Esports, they were just running away with the lead. There was no stopping them. They were winning every single duel that we saw. Even that War Machine play that we saw from the man, he was able to get a 5K.
I mean, if I'm not wrong, it was Scav who actually pulled it out, and he was able to control all of that area, making sure that he's the one who gets those picks.
Well, you know what? Let's look at the replay because we need to relive the moments on exactly what happened in the past as well. I mean, especially when we saw the R9 play too from the players of Anthem, we thought that maybe they should be the one to get the advantage because, of course, R9 up close and personal, he was holding a couple of crucial angles, he was playing up close and personal, but still he was not able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, this again is a map wherein you try, even though it's a pretty small map, it's a kind of closed map, you try to take those fights in a long range fashion, like from those upper floors or maybe directly from one side of the ramp, and that is where you can see those ARs as well shining up, or maybe if your aim is just godly, go in with those SMG, switch plays, or Fennec. Mostly we've seen teams go for the Fennec because of their legendary and mythic skins. Of course, we know the reason for that. But again, these War Machine plays were super crucial. Not just from one side, but from both the side. Because even from the side of Anthem, Wiz was the one who finds some great trades to give his team the control of that P2. But they could not transition it towards P3.
I mean, it's all about finding the early game impact. And it felt like both of these teams were on the equal page. They were struggling equally. We saw so many trades happen back and forth, but then later on, I don't know exactly what happened on the board. It was just Su running away with every single kill that they were getting on the board. They were winning every single duel that was taken. And you can clearly see what's happening over here on the scoreboard too. The kills are equally distributed. While if you look at the opposite side of thing, well, I mean,
Anthem,
you've got the Anthem, you've got the first man with 53 kills, and then later on, Starboy almost down a half.
27, Fallen on 27, Karma 19, Parihar 18. I'm getting deja vus of the previous game that we actually saw TWOB's performance, because this is the similar chart that was put in front of us, wherein one man, he is doing all the heavy lifting. Apart from that, every other person was just not able to find their own footing during those duels. And TWOB, again, the MVP of the team, 45 kills of his own, 30 deaths, 25 assists, just following up closely by Scav with 42, 24, and 15.
You really got to give it to that one man from Anthem who was able to just bring it all back, or who was trying to bring it all back for his team, but unfortunately his team was not able to back him up at the right time, at the right moment. Unfortunately, things sort of came tumbling down for them. But then you speak of the opponent, Su Esports, playing much more like a well-knit unit, playing much more like a whole package instead of going for the solo plays.
Yeah, I mean, it always comes down to those crucial rotations whenever we talk about the map of Summit itself. That P3's rotation and spawn control is where every time things change up.
I'm sorry to cut you off. One more thing I want to mention is that as soon as Su Esports would get their hands on the point, you saw them instantly just tucking into corners, playing for the crossfires, holding down all the entrances, and they were just playing super defensive. They were not going for those overcommitments.
Yeah, that's one of the most important part, because yeah, you've got that control. How well you can set up the defense line, that's again super crucial in order to maintain that control. We always saw that man in number 5 in yellow always staying backwards, making sure that he is playing only for survival, so that when his frontliners die, they will be spawning right next to him. They've got that spawn control, and they transition it so very quickly. Even during those last P3 and P4 fights, we saw, yes, Anthem trying to brute force, were picked apart one after the other, and their transition movement directly from that ramp on the southern side, moving, taking control of that room, and then just holding their fort yet again. That's where they won the entire map.
I mean, I am just astonished with how Su played that previous hard point, and the way we're seeing their defense, it seems impenetrable for now if you look at Anthem's perspective.
Yes.
Now, we're going to be moving on forward in Search and Destroy, which is a 5v5 tactical game mode. In there, defense can be the best offense as well if played rightfully well. Even on the attacking side, if you're able to get your hands on the side quickly enough and get the plant down, in the post plants, you're pretty much playing the defense. You're making sure that the defenders are not going to get towards the bomb site and defuse it.
Yeah, I mean, And again, it's since firing range, you've already mentioned, you find a lot of comfortable. This is a map where we will potentially see, if not one, at least two of those sniper rifles. And the amount of value it can find will give you that leverage, will give you that lead. Because if I'm not wrong, last time when we were impressed by that sniper play from Abiz, it was on this map itself.
Yep. I mean, as I mentioned, firing range is one of the most OG maps out there. It is sort of like a puggish map too. Every single person is quite experienced with this map. They know exactly each and every single nukes and crannies. So it will be a comfort zone for both these teams, even for Anthem, even for Su. But you never know what's going to be the outcome. Maybe Anthem can hit back really nicely against Su, considering they've already got that test run in Hardpoint.
Yeah, that agreed to that point as well. And don't get confused, ladies and gentlemen, it's Su who actually won out that map entirely. So yes, having the second map in their bag is going to give them a good leverage, a good leeway to move on to the third map. That's going to be Raid itself. On that control, we've almost every time seen the team who will be on that defense should be able to run out with those rounds. So if they also get defense on control, it's going to be a massive uphill battle for Anthem. So this one map, trying to get this one away from the side of Su, it's going to be important, and important is just an understatement.
Listen to me, okay? Hardpoint, you can still say somewhere down line, it sort of correlates with control.
Yes.
The only thing that differentiates is the limited amount of lifespans
True.
you've got, of course. Like, you cannot keep on respawning unlimited amount of times. So I would say the best time to hit back for Anthem is going to be in search and destroy. If they're not able to hit them back in the right time, well, things will come tumbling down inside of control too, because the way they were able to win the duel, and as I mentioned, Su Esports, they're playing much more like a package, and it's really working out quite well for them. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to step inside of search and destroy, as firing range is going to be the map to kick things off for him. And off the bat, well, what do we see? It's going to be Fallen to kick things off.
Yeah, so TWOB has been taken down, and make it two. Scav also falls, and he notes the position of the third one as well, because that's where players usually go in and lurk up. Tundra in the hands of Wiz. It's going to be slowing things down a lot, because look at the map control that is being held by Anthem, and Parihar is going to find another one. Now to just a 1v5 situation. It's an ace or nothing.
What just happened?
Yeah, it's Anthem that happened.
Interesting. Off the bat, we're seeing a 1v5 needed to be clutched out by that one single man from Su Esports. Is that going to be happening?
I doubt so.
Yeah, highly unlikely, but you never know. Anthem, they might just get a little bit too overconfident and start giving him the isolated duels that he needs.
He can potentially get it. Septic after all. But wait, is he going to hear some footsteps though? That's going to be the question. They basically crossed each other, but they were on the different floors. Septic gets one. This has been taken down. Taking care of one person, but that's all he will get. Fallen with, if I'm not wrong, at least a 3K of his own. Getting that first round for themselves. Anthem with a good start.
Anthem with a solid start. And this is something they were looking for. Anthem, this can definitely give them the sigh of relief that they needed. But you never know how the future lines is going to be looking like. As we keep on moving forward inside of this one too. A quick flood towards the side from Su Esports. They finally lost their patience, and now it's time to take control as quick as possible, and that's what they do. They assert their dominance on the site, they get the control back in their hands, and now it's time to go for the bomb plant.
In order to retake this entire site, you need to have the control in the trailer itself, and that's where we are seeing the members of Su sitting. So trying to break the setup is going to be difficult, but Wiz finds the first one, so that's something that you could potentially use.
Indeed you can. Oh no. Well, once again, the post-plant scenarios for Su Esports. They're just able to win it with a nice team play. But what's that no-scope? He gets one, but then he instantly gets dealt with two. 1-1 on the board. Su Esports, they quickly hit back. As I mentioned, Su Esports, they're quite good in playing defensive things. So it's better to go for the quick side take on the offense.
That's what happened in the previous one. Another spread approach coming in from Anthem. Sending 3 players directly towards B, and it's a full mid approach. My goodness. Fallen gets one, he gets 2 as well. He tries to go for the third.
Oh my God,
How
what?
do you get 3 with the boxing gloves in hand like that?
Yeah, Fallen just melees a person. A quick 3K to return back, but still in the end, things are taken down to a 2v2, and it will be Starboy to close it off. Oh my God, that still got way too close for comfort.
Jeez,
Team
man.
Anthem Somewhere down line, even they're starting to sweat. If they lose out on this search and destroy, things will be quite dire. It will be quite dicey in the upcoming map.
Dicey, yeah, that is true, but here we go. Profit systems being used up, smoke right up in their faces. They've got to push through it. Try and find an opening. Oh, that's your player, man. Don't shoot him.
2-1 advantage in the hands of Anthem. And so far, it's been Starboy's been taken down from Anthem.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Wiz is just popping off at the Tundra that is got. And this retake could potentially work because previously they had a crossfire setup in trailer. This time there's only one person. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but what a timing!
Oh no!
Nice try.
Still, it was quite close. A third round on the board for Anthem. That's a really good thing.
Good thing, yes. But here we go, yet again. Anthem is now trying to run up with a lead of their own. But Sui, on the other hand, they're trying to go in for these aggressive early on pushes. That is not working out for them. And if they don't take care of Fallen, they will be taken down. However, that's a good pick. Understanding what happened in previously one of the rounds, Starboy has been finished off.
Exactly. And so far, it's out of this round. The sniper hasn't been able to find a lot of value. Once again, the plant goes down, so that's a really good news. Esports, they do realize the opponent has a 2 rounds lead, and Esports somewhere down line. Even they're looking quite desperate to get their hands on a couple of these. And so far, Anthem, they're doing quite a great job playing it slow and steady, but still it's Esports' post-plant. On the defensive side of things, Esports, they're quite strong.
They've gone towards A in every single
Oh my
round.
god, he misses that.
That's an unfortunate miss indeed. But it's still a 1v2. Surely he's not going to get both of those duels isolated, though
Never
he potentially can. He potentially can.
Yeah, you never know what's going to be happening, but I don't like the fact that he's swinging it so wide. And yeah, in the end, he misses out on a lot of those shots, and he gets dealt with easily.
Ouch. That was an ouch moment. But yeah, this time I'm looking for an adjustment from Team Anthem, because every single round has been an A hit from Esports. It could potentially be a mid-crunch maybe, but no. This time they decide to go directly towards B, and it's a default setup from Anthem. It's a 2-1-2 though.
As I mentioned, every single time it's been the A hit. This time they try to bring in a little bit of more variation in the pace. Not just that, even in the sight as well. And off the rip, they're able to find a couple of more kills to back it up, and that's what they do. They've also got the sight control in the hand, so you can't say somewhere down line the advantage now has been swung back in the favor of Esports. It is still a 2v3. Starboy is still alive, so somewhere down line, the hopes and dreams can't still be up for Team Anthem. Maybe they can try and clutch it out easily, but still for Team Anthem to do so, Esports, they need to be flushed out from their comfort zone, but it doesn't seem like flushing them out is going to be the easiest of the job.
Elgar in the hands, and they'll be moving backwards. I think it's a full-on rotation directly towards the A, but it's just a noise cut from Sui. And they're all just holding their angles. Both the players of
Brilliant
Team Anthem, yeah, they're just so far away.
Mind games being played this
Good
time.
call.
Yeah. Bomb's going to be planted as well, just playing with the enemy's minds. Anthem not thinking that well, not checking the sight through, and that's going to give the advantage to Su.
That's a good rhyme.
Yeah.
But yeah. Now look at the wraparound from both the players of Su.
Massive.
Yeah, they can get a pick for free if in case they go in from that direction. But I don't think so. They might have had the dead silence for themselves. However, yes, first pick needs to be in favor of Starboy if he wants to try and find an advantage. But it's Wiz who finds the open at the position now. Noted, and the second duel will also be won. That's a good round from Anthem. Few extra bullets to make sure that the body stays dead.
Yeah, that just blows, honestly. And once again, the defuse comes through as well. Anthem, as I mentioned, the best bet's going to be in search and destroy itself, and that's what Anthem realizes too. Adapting quickly on the fact, and now Anthem, they're here to take search and destroy home so they can have an equal winning chance in the upcoming round of Control.
Just as you mentioned, but they need to close things out as well. They need to try and find an opening in those attacks, and on defense, we've seen how solid Su has been. Look at this spread, a 2-1-2 more or less like, but all 5 players from Anthem will be going directly towards the B side, and they will be welcomed with a good shot.
Spam through the wall, finds Starboy, and once again, Esports, for them, it did feel like the floodgates were open, then Fallen is ready with the barricade. He's going to stop him in the tracks. He's like an impenetrable wall at this point. Olive able to return back onto Parihar. Even he gets strike down. Team Anthem.
Push plant.
Yeah, with the man advantage, but it's still a 2v3. Team Anthem, anything can happen. If they flood in the site one after one and they give the isolated duels to the players of Su, things can definitely be quite good.
That's a good wraparound. Scav finds one. If I'm not wrong, that's the R9 Fennec. Now the hands will not do the trick. Fallen gets taken down.
Oh, the diffuser is on, and they win it. Oh my god! What just happened there, Team Anthem? Just playing with their own minds.
Ninja defuse. Perfect one indeed. He stuck to the defuse thinking that his player will save him. His teammate will save him from that last person. And that last person just came in way too late. On the other side though, some early shots being fired. A good warning. Those shots did not connect. That is unfortunate.
Oh. Tundra. Okay, we'll just go out for some wall bangs. Not able to find any connection. That's a whole other story, but A1 for the efforts.
He's got a lot of bullets so he can go in for that spam. Plus again, the same default setup that Su went in with the previous round. A 2-1-2.
I mean, once again, keep this thing in mind. Su's on the defending side of things, and they should feel a little bit more at the comfort zone. They have been looking quite solid, and just look at how Su is playing. Not even going for those extra bit of peaks. It's only the sniper going for those risky peaks. Other than that, every single person is holding the close quarters.
So since the couple of trophy systems were destroyed directly towards the A, now we are seeing rotation was also being pulled off, but no.
Oh my
back
god,
was a good shot with the Tundra Olive.
Yeah, a quick shot to the skull, and then once again the Tundra just keeps on hitting back the players. Unfortunately, the man's too stubborn to stay on the same site and not let it go.
Scav?
And yeah, the plant goes down. As you mentioned, there's another man right in the back as well, just holding it down with the shotgun, and he's still not being spotted. What is exactly going on the board here? Su Esports, they've still got the advantage, and for some reason, and yeah, they just strike them back.
That is so funny to watch indeed, but wait a second. Fallen was almost bringing it back from the brink. Could not complete it. Yeah, so Scav basically was having some connectivity issues. Was back finally, but 4-4. We find the equalizer, and on the defense, who haven't dropped a single round.
Well, I mean, I guess we found a little bit of a hole in the strategy of Team Anthem. They're not really checking the corners when they're breaching inside of the site, because the man was alive till the end, even though he was facing the connectivity issues. Of course, props to his teammates that they came out on top in that round as well. But then Su Esports, this just showcases the amount of domination we might just see in the upcoming rounds as well. Su on the defending side of things, they are looking quite at the comfort zone, and it's really looking tough for Team Anthem to shut down Su.
A change in the default this time, but since because of that, there's a quick plant opener found, but quickly traded as well on the other side. Parihar finding one of his own. This trailer control, I've been mentioning time and time again how important and crucial it is. And it's a crossfire yet again. Shots being fired.
Oh my god, what?
He gets the round for his team. Should potentially, but it's still Septic remaining in the trailer itself.
Okay, there we go.
Never mind.
Anthem once again pulling themselves back, controlling the emotions, not letting them overwhelm. And then here we go. Anthem, 5th round on the board with an advantage. They're looking quite good.
Anthem have potentially found an opening maybe because the quick hits have been working for them. They have been getting it to keep the plant down. And that's the main thing. A good fight being taken. Starboy needs to win it. A chase comes in. Scav gets taken down. The man who previously stepped up will now be taken. His knees apart. Chase coming in. The plant should go down potentially. But how is he going to exit? That's the question.
Okay. Stalemate situation starting to brew up once again. Su Esports, it's not a team that's going to give out those empty peaks, but as soon as I say that, that's what they do. TWOB and Smokey easily picked off. Another opener found for Team Anthem. For now, it's going to be an easy site take for them, and that's what they're doing. But Olive, he replies back with one from the Tundra itself. From the back, he's starting to get shot as well. Olive, nowhere to go. He's trapped, and he gets devoured.
And as soon as I say Su were looking flawless on their defense, Anthem comes out with 2 of their own. And you've also mentioned it previously. This is the best bet for Anthem to try and make sure they go to map number 4 at least. Because control would look in favor of Su, but we'll be seeing some changes come in. Maybe in the defensive setup. No, it's again a 2-1-2. And they have been taken down. TWOB was finished off with that nade itself. On the other side, we've got a full 5-man push coming in, but Septic with a good trade of his own.
I mean, Anthem, off the bat, starting to get dismantled. It's not a good news.
Whoa.
Well, I guess in the
4K.
end, it will be Su Esports to close things off in that round 2. 5-6, 1 round away from taking it to OT.
But that 1 round is going to be everything. This is where Su are gonna feel a lot of pressure. Smoke in the mid, a full mid push from Starboy has been taken down to a fairly low HP with the detonation damage, but that's about it. That flank, it's not coming in.
Yeah, the A site is probably going to be the take.
Oh,
for the
good
attackers
shot.
Here. And Anthem, they've already found it. A side in the hands, Olive able to strike just one, with just Karma, of course, taken down. But how much value is it really going to find a return? That's the real question. His side has already been taken away, and of course, Su Esports, they're trying their best to flood in on the sides too. They're trying to find the openers too, and this is such an awkward engagement, and the man loses it. Team Anthem, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the one to close things off. It's search and destroy as they destroy Su Esports.
1-1. At least not a deja vu like the previous one. We will be moving on to map number 4. Another hard point will be on the way. At least that's the bare minimum. But yes, you mentioned it. We talked about it. It is Anthem's area. It's a 1-1 situation now, but the first one went in for Su, search and destroy for Anthem. And I really like the change in their approach. They tried to go in for very slow hits for themselves, which did not work out. They changed the pace and found the good loophole in the defensive setup. Because if you go for a 2-1-2, it's a very spread approach. If a fast hit comes in and the corners are checked, you will be taken down.
Of course, I mean, you spoke about the fast hits, and Summer Downline Anthem, when they started implementing those fast hits, they also came out on top, as you mentioned, right? Su Esports on the defensive half, they were just playing it super safe, and that's how Su Esports likes to play, too. They were not really going for those useless peaks. Yeah, sometimes, of course, as a human being, you do tend to make a couple of mistakes, and Su Esports was doing so as well. But if you're not going to be playing fast enough against Su Esports on the defending side, then it's a really big problem. When Su Esports is on the defense, you need to be the one to take matters in your own hands and assert your dominance, or else Su Esports will choke you to death slowly and steadily.
But also the amount of value that Sniper found, if I'm not wrong, both of the players were using Tundra itself. That was where things also turned up. Because yes, we were seeing some good shots by Olive, but the way Viz was able to find some amazing picks of his own and maybe even doubling or tripling it up in a couple of rounds, that is where the momentum entirely shifted.
Exactly. Match stats in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, from which, once again, the consistency follows them with 15 kills on the board, but then Fallen not that far behind with 12 of his own, and Periyar with 14. On the opposite side, I think it's going to be Smokey with 12, and then TWOB with 9.
I mean, there's still a vast difference between VV as well as Karma, right? If I'm not wrong, VV should potentially be Viz. I will have to get a confirmation on that. But yeah, look at that. 15 and 7. On the other side, directly towards the bottom, it's 2 and 9. So that is a stat that I still feel is not very good when you'll be moving on control and when you'll be moving on the next hard point, or Hacienda. I basically relate both of them together. That's where the problems will lie for your team, because you need all 5 players performing onto that one, and that has been showcased by Su Esports pretty well.
And Su Esports, now that we're going to be moving on forward in the upcoming control, this is where Su Esports might just find the advantage once again, and they can probably get a big side relief. As I mentioned, they're quite good in taking the points control and playing it super defensive. They know exactly what entry point to hold and how to make it a big chokehold, and that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, and you need to get those spawn point controls as well, if not directly the spawn trap. And that also happens very well on the map of Raid. And every single time, yes, it is potentially possible on hardpoint as well to get those spawn control. But when you're talking about the control itself, you only have 30 lives. And if you're spawn trapped, that means you're at least going to lose 5 to 7 at bare minimum.
Of course. I mean, a spawn trap is a thing that none of these teams would want to be in. And the only way to avoid that is not dying on the map, which sounds next to impossible, because if your entire team gets wiped out, then you guys will be spawn camped 100%. That's for sure. That's what's going to happen. So it's really tough to avoid that scenario. At the end of the day, it's all going to come down to winning those individual duels, and Summer Downline, Su Esports, in Hardpoint were looking much more better. But as I mentioned, maybe for Anthem Esports, it was more kind of like the testing grounds. They were just testing through how Su Esports is going to be performing in the upcoming games. And now that in Search and Destroy, Team Anthem has won against them, it's going to give them that confidence that they need moving inside of control.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you on that point. Plus, again, we've mentioned how Wiz has been performing on his own, how well he's been playing individually for Team Anthem. Even in the first hard point, we've been talking about that a lot. We've been taking those references. He was the man who actually top fragged in the entire lobby, 53 kills for himself.
Wow.
Now that was bonkers of a stat. And he was also able to transition it on the next search and destroy. So there's absolutely no way this guy is not going to perform. He will be a key point for the side of Sui Esports. If he gets shut down, I think so. Sui should be able to have an easy close-in. But we all know he's not going to let that happen.
I mean, he's of course the danger man, right? He is without a doubt the danger man, and all we can do is just wait for him to perform the same way, I guess, or maybe even better, because somewhere down the line his teammates were not able to back him up in hardpoint. So maybe the same thing can't repeat over here. Maybe he needs to carry his team on the back a little bit more harder. So far, the scoreline is 1-1, so it is quite neck and neck, because Search and Destroy now being taken by Team Anthem, which was supposed to be their best bet. Once again, 2 Esports can't find the advantage footing on control. And then later on, of course, we're going to be moving on forward towards Hacienda, which will be played as the fourth map of this entire affair.
Yeah, I mean, we've always talked about how that has also been a key point whenever we are talking about hardpoints team. It's basically a home ground to them, just how firing range is in the Search and Destroy. So if in case we move on to the map of Hacienda, I again feel it should potentially be taken by Sui Esports. Now, we've been making a lot of those speculations. It's the time for the podcast hours, of course. But, I mean, Anthem, as you've also mentioned, the first one could also have been just some testing grounds to try and figure out how Sui were trying to play on that map. But just realizing the way how those spawn points were being controlled, I still feel that in terms of macro game itself, Sui are the one who are having that advantage.
I would say in more sort of like a team play.
Yeah.
Sui Esports is having the big advantage, because when it comes to the good communication, good call-outs on the board, Sui Esports, they have definitely been looking on point. And they have definitely practiced their chokeholds. They know exactly which angle to hold at what time. They have practiced it. It's not something that comes up on the fly. They have practiced this entire team play, and they know how to communicate and what exactly to say on the point itself. And that's why Sui Esports were looking super strong. But as I mentioned, now that Team Anthem, there's a chance they've probably found a break to that, and they can't possibly just break through Sui Esports in the upcoming control. Anything can happen, man. You do not really have a lot of lifelines, and somewhere down line, teams, they also play control as like a team deathmatch.
Yeah, that's something I will be also saying. But since we've been talking about the map itself, we'll be jumping directly on the control in the map of Raid itself, one of my favorite and OG maps out there. And it's going to be Team Anthem in the blue, Sui on the yellow.
As we mentioned, one of the OG maps, teams definitely do feel that comfort on this one. And off the bat, it's going to be Starboy to kick things off. Smokey down and dusted.
Enemy taking B.
B has basically been locked in. My goodness, the first tick already worked up. Sui Esports are doing such a phenomenal job in that. And look at all the trades. They've already developed a solid life lead, and the first minute is going to be added. That extra minute is going to be so crucial for Sui. And we mentioned that they would be dominating, but in such a fashion, that is just mind-blowing.
Oh, and here we go. Look at Vivi as well. Just getting a quick 2K on the board. That's going to give his team the advantage that's needed. But still, Sui Esports, they have much more of a bigger one. But it's still 23-24, and Sui Esports starting to lose out in these duels, and it's a really big problem. They cannot afford to let these isolated duels just go in the court of the opponents like that. Another kill falls on the board. A lot of multi-kills once again for Sui, and they gain the advantage.
Wiz need to win his fight.
Oh my God, what?
Him, and he gets taken down. That's Smokey for you. A phenomenal play from him, but they still need to look towards the A point, because B is that's something they've already got. They don't need to fight there. But I think so. The rotation that's coming in from Anthem, trying to continuously spawn trap Sui, that has basically bit them in the bag. That jump shot from Olive is perfect.
It's done. Down and dusted. 18-13 at this point at Sui Esports. Yeah, they're just running away with the lead, and the way they're able to find these players just slide into the crosser, it's quite nice. As I mentioned, they know exactly what chokeholds to hold, and just look at the way they're playing like a well-knit unit. They're always getting these trades back and forth in their court, which is a really good news, and a beautiful nade that was from Karna. It did find one. Smokey was taken down once again. Anthem able to reply back with a quick two-piece on the board of their own. 11-12. Hold on. Things can be equalized.
Yeah, and it just seemed that Sui did not want to go for that contest of the objective at all. They just wanted to play that deathmatch because of the amount of time they had. But now that's basically creating a massive problem for them. It's one life difference, that is all. Look at the amount of map control that Anthem has. Always going in for those one-for-one trades, and that's all that's happening. But here as well, they need to find an opener. Kitchen is the point of contest, but Starboy has shut it down entirely.
Massive. 9-6. So close to victory. Anthem now just need to play the same way they have been playing so far. Make it 5-9. A big lead now. Anthem's got in their hands. And possibly they're going to keep on running away with it. And that's what is exactly happening, ladies and gentlemen. Esports now starting to crumble down. And Anthem proving exactly why they have gotten the experience.
Yeah, that's 1 and 8. That's done.
Yeah.
He's probably going to get at least a couple of maybe more, but nothing apart from that. No time left as well, and it's going to be Anthem winning out the first round on control. Now, here's the problem where lied in for Su. They got the first point, and they had that extra minute. But after that, they were pretty confused if they really want to kind of stop them from getting spawn trapped by the members of Anthem, or they could try and take away the control of that A point. And in terms of those confusions is where they basically made the wrong possible decision.
Pretty much. TWOB as well able to start things off this time. I mean, considering the first round was being won by Anthem, so that's a really good start for them. You can already see on the board. And once again, this time it's Anthem running away with the lead, 25-28. Anthem with this lead, they're just pressing up against the players of Su Esports. This defensive stance from Su isn't really working out that well for them.
But okay, we've also got a couple of picks from Scav. Karma will be able to find him in the smoke itself. The B will be taken just as quickly as Su were able to take B of their own. And they're also trying to make progress towards A. Kitchen, again, a good position, important position. Good pick from Smokey, doubles it up from that. This is brilliant.
Massive from Smokey, that was. But he gets capitalized instantly. It's still 24-21. Nothing much can be said. Anthem, they still have the advantage. Not anymore, though. 1 life advantage will make that 2. Anthem, that's really good news. They can't just keep on running away with it, which is quite important. Annihilator pulled out from Smokey, finds Parihar. That can be a massive kill to start things off with. 21-20, not that big of an advantage Anthem has.
And now Anthem seems to be trying to figure out, they want to get a couple of picks of their own, but do not want to give the advantage back in the hands of Sui. That was 1 pick already. A couple make it.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Was able to find 2 important ones. The Sparrow being pulled out by Starboy as well. Could potentially be the nail biter, but Thorpe gets his leg away from his body.
Yeah, man loses his leg, and now it's 18-16. Su Esports once again looking to convert this, but unfortunately the disadvantage in the lifeline is really causing them to panic and play a little bit more settled back, and that's what is sort of working against them. It's given the players of Team Anthem to rely on their firepower a little bit more and wait patiently just for the players of Su to make a mistake. Anthem, that quick adaptation on the board is really working nice.
Karma needs to find more than 1, and we will not be allowed to do so. Septic shuts him down. No progress being made. Only 50 more seconds left on the clock, and that's a 13-11. Life lead, that was massive in terms of Anthem, but now it's slipping away slowly and steadily. Exactly what happened with Su when they were on that attack. This seems to be a common problem between both of these teams as to when they get that B point, they do not know what to do after that.
I'm going to tell you the major problem in all of this. It is that Su Esports is playing too passive, and it's really giving the players of Team Anthem the time they need to think their decisions through. And that's why they're able to win these majority of these duels. And now it's 10-4. Yeah, stark difference in the scoreline too. Not a lot of lifelines left anymore for Su Esports. Make that 3-9. That's a big difference unless someone's able to pull off some miraculous clutch. Now it's a 2-9. I highly doubt it's happening. Yep, it's next to impossible to pull this clutch off. Su Esports, once again, they get decapitated.
Now it's only last with TWOB, the only man remaining. He'll be figured out where he is. Fallen with a good slide, was able to dodge a few important bullets and then make sure that his crosshair was on his opponent. So that's the second one going into Anthem. Maybe it's just as you mentioned, the first one was literally a testing ground, and apart from that, Anthem is the one who's been looking so much in control. And yes, they had their time, they took their time, and were able to make sure that they finally make the good decision. Fight in the mid, Starboy wins it, Bob getting down again on his knees.
Massive stuff. War Machine pulled out once again. It's dealing a lot of damage. First found Karma as well. It's able to return back once again. Team Anthem, they swing back to life. And not just that, they swing in the advantage.
Oh, what a
the advantage
shot.
is not that massive, but the War Machine is starting to cause a lot of problems. And of course, Sioux Esports losing out on the number. It's still 25-26. Sioux Esports, wait, hold on. They've got the advantage. This can be a good thing. Maybe they can pull off an upset.
They've already taken control of B. We've seen time and time again how teams just let go of that B point. But now look, they're trying to go in for a spawn trap for Anthem. But the shot will connect. Equalizer should be pulled out as well. But Claw currently in the hands of TWOB. The question is when he's going to use it. It's going to be the main key which could change the course of this game. Sparrow as well is available. Fallen as well. He's the one who's got the equalizer. Not quite yet developed. He needs to get a few extra picks of his own, but trades go back and forth. 20 and 19. It's still very close. Very close for comfort. Make it equal. 19 and 19. Septic gets a crucial one, and it's got the Hunter Killer in his hand.
Oh man, scared. This match is getting way too close for comfort.
True.
Way too close for comfort. At this point, both these teams can feel their nerves rattling. And of course, who wouldn't want to kick things off on a good note, right? Team Anthem once again. They somehow swing back to life. This is not a good news. 16-14. They've got the advantage. Team Anthem, they're always towards the end. Gain the advantage, gain the momentum. They keep on striking down the players of Sioux Esports, and Sioux Esports, they always lose on those crucial duels that needed to be won. Another man of the backlines can definitely find the striking advantage, and that's what happens. 14-12. Still the advantage continues to hand over in the hands of Team Anthem.
Back and forth in kitchen, but we've got 3 more operators remaining for Sioux Esports, which they have to utilize now. They don't have the life advantage at all, and they're running out of time slowly and steadily as Karma pulls out his own claw. Will be able to shut down anyone who tries to come in from up front, but he is taken down, and that is a problem for them. War Machine as well, 10 and 6. It could be done, but when are they going to pull out the operators? They've got 4 of them remaining in their hands.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what Sioux Esports is doing here. And now it's 9-3. It's a big problem for Sioux Esports. War Machine is doing damage as well. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. One last man alive from Sioux Esports is not going to be able to pull off anything against the 8 remaining lifelines for Team Anthem. It should be done and dusted, and that's what happens. Team Anthem, all they needed was that momentum, and once they got that, they are just running away with the lead.
I would still say that it was a massive mistake from Sioux themselves because they had 4 operators in hand, and that was the perfect time for them to utilize it because we've seen it. They give up on the B entirely, both these teams, and then focus on the A. And even if they don't want to focus on the A, they can go in for a full wraparound trying to go for the spawn trap. Sioux attempted that, but it just did not work out in their favor. The trades were back and forth. However, I'm still questioning that decision of not using their operators because that is what costed them that one round.
You cannot even exactly say that they maybe forgot to use that. You cannot even exactly say that. So still the question just remains on why exactly did they not use it? I mean, you're anyways gonna lose that, so you might as well try to pull it out in the end moments. But unfortunately, for some reason, Sioux Esports denied to do so. Maybe they gave up mentally. Maybe they already knew that the game's done for, this control's done for, and they're probably booking it up on the hard point that's going to be upcoming, considering they have already won the previous one.
Yeah, indeed. The previous one you've already mentioned were not where Sioux Esports were able to get their hands on. They were close. At the end of the day, I mean, it all came down to just that one decision, man, of not using the operators. I'm going to try and mention that as many times as possible because that is indeed a massive mistake. However, in one of those previous few rounds that we did see Anthem bringing up for themselves, in the first one itself, Sioux, they took that control of B early and then they kind of got confused as to what to do. Anthem, they faced the same problem, but they were able to finally get out of it by getting those crucial picks.
In my opinion, SU Esports, they need to add on a little bit of more aggression on their playstyle. That can definitely fix things up over here. In the upcoming hardpoint, SU Esports, there's no point in playing defensive. Instead, try to be aggressive and get the points control, which they phenomenally do so. But sometimes it's all about winning those duels too, and that's when SU Esports, they lose the momentum, and that's when the opponents gain the momentum. In Control, what exactly happened was the defensive playstyle of SU Esports sort of flipped against them, and it wasn't working for them, while the players of Anthem just had so much time to understand on what exactly is going to be happening in the front.
Yeah, true. And also at the same time, I would like to mention a good step up by Starboy as well as Parihar with 21 and 15, 21 and 19 respectively. And once these two stepped up, so they could not win any of those duels. We'll be really honest about that. A lot of heavy lifting was being done by VV in the previous few maps, but this time around, staying put on 17-11, not even having the third highest kills in the team, because that goes to Karma with 19 and 17. I think so he's going to be pretty happy about it that yes, his team was able to step up finally and they had a flawless victory over a map.
I mean, Smokey getting 19 kills for himself, then Septic not that far behind with 15, Olive with 12 too. I mean, once again, SU Esports, they're there. As I mentioned, they're like a well-knit unit. They're like a package. But the problem is that package is playing a little bit too held back. They're playing too defensive. They need to be a little bit more assertive. They need to be the alpha males inside of the entire gameplay and the server. And that's the problem. When you're not going to be asserting dominance, you're pretty much letting the opponents assert dominance on top of you.
Yeah, that is correct. And yes, we'll be moving on to the next hard point as well, but I'm not quite comfortable now how well it would potentially go for SU Esports. They can try and control the spawns, they can try and manipulate it, but if in case they will not be winning those duels, that will be problematic. However, the same thing could be said for Anthem. Yes, in this one, we've seen a couple of players stepped up. We see Parihar stepping up. We also saw Starboy stepping up. But they need to continue this momentum in the next map itself. Otherwise, we will see what exactly happened in map 1. And we will potentially be pushed forward to that map 5. Although, I'm down for it.
I mean, hey, map 4 is going to be Hacienda for now, though, right? And that's where things will be interesting even more now. Hacienda is something that I was personally looking forward to, considering SU Esports on the first hard point, they were looking quite dominant.
True.
But now that we are going to be moving forward with Hacienda, I want to see, are we going to see Anthem once again with that momentum dominating through, or is it going to be SU Esports with the classic playstyle they showcased on the first hard point, showcase it on Hacienda as well, and maybe come out on top? In my opinion, that playstyle has been countered. Anthem knows how exactly to counter that playstyle, so I would say try and be a little bit more aggressive and assert a bit more dominance against Anthem.
It could be possible. Because yes, trying to make sure the game goes according to your pace gives you comfort and puts your opponent out of their comfort zone. So
exactly.
They could try and do that, but at the same time, the amount of spawn point dominated map summit is, that's not the case with Hacienda. You need to have the control in the rotations itself. Finding the lurker of your opponent is going to be the key.
That's a really good point that you brought up, right? This brings up another counter to the point that I just made a while ago. Now, as I mentioned, SU Esports, they like to play much more defensive, and in the previous Control, it was just given time for Team Anthem to wrap their heads around on where exactly SU Esports is positioned, so they were utilizing that time that was being given to them by SU Esports. But in Hardpoint, you cannot exactly do so. If you use time, that means the point control's been taken away, and the opponent's running away with the points, so it's also a big problem that's stacked on top of you. So over here, in general, the defensive playstyle can work quite nicely for SU Esports if they assert their dominance early on and get the point control in their hands. And off the bat, that's what we see SU Esports doing as well. They're getting a lot of these kills in their favor, and yes, they're coming out on top on those as well.
Yes, metaphorically as well as literally, because they're on those second floors, making sure that they've got the control. But now it was being contested. 5 points for Anthem, but that's about it as the trays go back and forth. Yet again, no comfort for either of these teams, and we will still see SU with that one player making sure that he is inside the point. Septic was able to get a few points for himself only when he was taken down by Starboy. Karma double up to zone. That's again a pretty big problem. Operator usage is going to be the key, but at the same time, you need to win those early duels. This P1 is always going to be scrappy though.
Exactly. SU Esports, 18-17. Once again, they get the points control back in their hands, so it's going to be a quick flood of the points on their court. Well, make that 25 at least. They should be able to get 30 points easily from this point squeezed up, and now it's time to move on the opposite side. That's why you already see the players of Anthem gathering on around towards the garage.
Such a solid rotation coming in from Anthem, and they did anticipate that Sui would be there. But Sui has got the spawn control. The lurk coming in from BB should be the key. He needs to make sure that it's got the spawn for his own team, but that's not happening at least right now. Steam is spawning on the other side, but their main upfront push was enough for them to take control of this garage, and that's a pretty cool Lambo standing out in the middle, though. The trade's going back and forth yet again. Everyone trying to flood in from the front will be taken down one after the other. Some good picks coming in. Smokey was able to get one, only to be traded right away by Parihar, and Fallen doubles up his own.
Anthem starting to run away with a massive lead now. Once again, to Esports. They're starting to look quite desperate. This is not a good news. Even VV is able to find one more on
Oh,
Smokey.
what a
He
shot.
can make that a quick two-piece on the board. Even Ollie falls down. Another War Machine pulled out, and he also gets the 3K. VV has been a playmaker majority of the times for Anthem, and he needs to be taken down. That's going to be the only cure for this disease.
Does not seem to be the case as of now, at least, because P3 is where we will be moving. Sui are making so many preemptive rotations, but they're not being able to hold their ground, and that is where the problem is lying. Though a couple of players now trying to go in for the wraparound towards the stairs will be taken down as well. Fallen gets a good pick, and everyone from the side of Anthem are now spawning in from the closer end, so we'll be able to go in for the contest.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Fallen and Karma, these guys, they're able to find a lot of value with that Fnac, if I'm not wrong. And it just keeps on hitting the players of Sue Esports over and over again. Sue Esports, they do find the points control, but they're not able to sustain it for long enough because they're getting shut down quite easily. The amount of utilities that we're seeing being tossed on the point itself is really causing a lot of problems for them. Even War Machine from the back lines is now starting to deal a lot of damage against the players of Team Anthem. Sue Esports, they are still sustaining that points control, so that's really good news. They're shutting down anyone that tries to move up to the point.
That is just phenomenal play coming in. And so Esports, just as you mentioned, not letting anyone from Team Anthem move up and ahead, up close and personal. Everyone will be taken down because every entry point is being watched out perfectly. The last few scrap points will be gained by Anthem. They still do maintain the lead, but the rotation, not so much, because towards the P4, we are already seeing the members of Sui making their way. They've won out their crucial duels as well. The hard point is now open, and they will be securing that hill. A couple of points going in their way, all live with the Sparrow as well, finding a lot of trades, only to flush a few extra players towards Smokey as he finds a two-piece off his own.
Once again, I see deja vu, my friend. I see the history repeating itself. Sue Esports, they're winning the majority of these duels, and it's really putting the players of Team Anthem in a big state of discomfort, which is not a good news at all. Sue Esports once again capitalizing on lead the players of Team Anthem had, but then Anthem once again just trying to maintain that barely at 74-77. The lead is not that massive. Sue Esports, all they need to do is get the upcoming points control, but what? It's Anthem hitting back and slapping down the players of Team Sue Esports, and now Sue Esports out of nowhere. They just can't do anything.
Weaver's lost his War Machine though, but they still have the Hunter Killer drone. Parihar standing as a massive wall. A player right from the stairs will be shut down as well. TWOB was the man. Now towards the beach. Again, another pick. Parihar wins out that duel, and this hardpoint has been taken entirely by Anthem.
Oh, man, try to move in from the outskirts of the wall, but he still gets caught somehow. And then even another Predator missile lobbed in from the side of Parihar. He's not really able to find a lot of value with that, but still, it's all about creating that pressure on top of the heads of the opponents, and that's what they're doing. Team Anthem able to run away with so many of these duels. They're converting it into positive trades, which is quite a good news for them. But then Sue Esports as well, just returning back in style.
Going to be super scrappy. We've already mentioned it perfectly. A good smoke to go out to provide them some cover, at least from the front, but we're also seeing a movement coming in from Karma. He should be able to find at least a couple of picks off his own, though. No, they've decided to go in for a full wraparound. They've got to take control of those upper floors. That's going to be the key, but they are just diving in. They will be picked apart just like that. Ollie was able to find a piece of his own, and his teammates will be going in for the conversions as well. Scrappy fights back and forth. Yet again, we're seeing the last few scrap points being gained by Anthem.
It's so much back and forth. Karma with a quick two-piece on the board. Sue Esports Septic replying back in style as well. But what can exactly happen with that one single solo pick? Not a lot on the board, honestly. Even Starboy is able to pop off at the right time, at the right moment. Even Smokey, he's able to get the trade quickly enough onto Starboy, but VV is still on the point. And as long as VV's there, there's still a major threat remaining.
And as soon as you mentioned it, we was also taken down by Scav. That's some good shots being shot in by Parihar, and this garage has always been a point.
Oh my
where
God, TWOB and
Anthem
Olive.
takes control, but nasty shots by TWOB will be shut down as well.
Exactly. VV once again replies back with a quick two-piece. Yeah, he gets traded off. That's a whole other thing, but still it's about finding the man advantage, and that's what VV's doing. He's giving the man advantage in the court of Team Anthem. 126 to 112. Su Esports running away with a couple of more points. And what? Sparrow pulled out. Ollie
Oh my
able
God.
to get a quick two-piece on the board, but then TWOB as well able to reply back with the 2K. Su Esports winning a lot of the duels. Even Claw's able to deal a lot of damage. This is really good for Su.
But again, on the other side as well, we've still got no operators, so it's going to be a problem for Anthem. As soon as you mentioned it, it was pretty good for Su, but the last 10 seconds of scrap will go in favor of Anthem. The rotations would also need to be coming into place, and that's exactly what's happening. Parihar will be the first man towards the hill, towards top of the map. The P3 where we'll go for the contest looks have been taken care of, so it should be a Sui
Oh
hard
my
point.
God. Smokey and Scav once again just dealing so much damage against the opponent. Su Esports getting another point control in their hands easily. 136 is the point being stuck for the side of Team Anthem, but then Su Esports able to run away with the control and the lead as well. Even they're getting the point flow structure back in their hands. And for Su Esports, they might just start to overthink and overcommit onto a lot of these scenarios, and that's what happens with Scav as well. He tried to go for the second piece, but he could not really find it. Still 3 more players on the point from the side of Su Esports, and they're doing a fantastic job in backing each other off. Utilities tossed in the front, but still the players of Team Anthem, they're really giving a tough fight to Su here. Equalizer pulled out by the player. Even Olive is there on the site, not able to do a lot. Septic with the equalizer. He's eating the players off Team Anthem inside out.
That was such a great rotation from Septic as well. Made sure that he will be clearing a lot of area for his team. But yet again, not a lot of points being gained by Su Esports. Yes, just a few of them. 151 and 137. That's not a massive
Oh my
lead.
God, Smokey and Septic.
Jeez, that's crazy. Yeah, I was still expecting Su to get a lot of extra points, but Anthem, they really showed their patience, and P4 is where we'll be going in for that rotation. Su are up ahead, but they've got to take care of and put a stop directly onto this crossfire, but Karma wins it.
Su's confidence on the hard point is something else. They look undefeatable. The amount of time they're able to win these individual duels is really keeping them on the top, but then VV from the back able to take down 3 players all by himself. That's pretty much could be the team wipe right there. As you mentioned, even the equalizer is there in the man's hands, just waiting for him around the corner as well. War Machine pulled out 2 by VV, and here we go. It's going to be demolishing on the point itself, and VV, the amount of value this man is finding for his team, it's crazy. He's being the most valuable person so far for Team Anthem.
Septic was finishing himself off as well, and that gave the opening for the members of Anthem to try and make sure this hill is not contested. Though still, a lot of members from the side of Su are being flooded because they've got the spawn control on the right side. They will be moving forward as quickly as they're being taken down, so not a lot of points being gained, and we are still stuck at 163 and 161.
God. Smokey shuts down Starboy as well. Hold on, Anthem's hopes and dreams might just start to fade away, but what Karma and VV, they're working tandem, and they get a quick 3-piece on the board, and out and over. Once again, this game's starting to fall in the hands of Team Anthem. 166 points accumulated from Team Anthem on a little bit of that lead. It's just so much back and forth, it's really tough to tell who's going to be the one to come out on top, but so far, it's Team Anthem to run away with the lead.
With the Sparrow, he's not stopping, and on the back of it, they've got a control of this P1, and they've, yes, just as you mentioned, started to run away with the lead as well. Smokey, Scav were able to find a few trades of their own, but could not turn it into anything more. A lot of those utilities will be used since not a trophy system present, apart from just one to try and save the life. But that is also for the member of the Esports. Smokey, his leg is visible, will be taken down.
Remember, as I mentioned, it's all about taking the balcony control and making sure that no one's going to be in mid. It's all about the high ground control. Whoever's going to have that majority of the time should be able to prevail and come out on top. And so far, it does seem like Su Esports is the one to sort of make sure that they have got the high ground control back in their hands. But then Team Anthem as well, not that far behind on the point. They've so far still maintained that lead. 178 points on the board for Team Anthem. It's time to move on to another point.
Yeah, Anthem did not take control of the spawn, and that is where the trouble begins now, since Su are the one who was being spawned close to it. But alright, they've now taken control of it, so it's going to be Su against the uphill battle. Everyone's going to be flooding in directly from the stairs as well as from up front, and personal trophy system takes care of Karma, but Fallen as well, trying to find a piece of his own. Operators, none of them, apart from just one from Su. They need to pull it out in order to maintain that control to try and capture the lead. But man, being crouched down, Smokey, he's got the Annihilator.
Oh
when
my
is he going to
God.
pull out? That's the question as Pariha jumps in to take a 2.
There we go. Anthem once again out of nowhere. They just find the openers and they open the floodgates and they just flood onto the site. Now they're looking like an unstoppable flood. And at this point, Anthem, they've gotten the points control as well. They've also got a major lead in their back soon enough. They will be touching the 200 points marker, which will give them such a massive mental edge. And not just that, even inside of the game, they will be having the edge.
Yeah, they'll be able to get a few scraps for themselves. 200, as you mentioned, reaching just 50 points away now.
Massive.
And that's going to be a good shot by Semtek. He'll be taken down as well. Killer was also used up quite a while back. I did hear it in the queue, but this fight, Scow wins it, will be traded as well. These quick trades are the things that are creating a lot of problem for not just one, both of these teams. This hard point is always going to remain contested. That's what we saw previously, but Sui are the ones who've got the spawn control closer to it, as well as are also trying to play proactive up ahead and front, making sure Anthem do not jump in.
Whenever we've seen the points outside in the outskirts, Sui Sports is the one to get the control back in their hands. And that's why we are seeing the players of Team Anthem struggle a little bit more. In the outskirts, it's Sui Sports dominating. In the inside, it's the players of Anthem dominating and winning the majority of the duels. And once again, just look at the amount of pushes that we're seeing from these players. Smokey as well was able to find a quick 2-piece on the board. But then Pariha 2 replies back with a quick 2K. Still, Team Anthem, they're trying their best to maintain the lead, but unfortunately it's being snatched away by Sui Esports. And as you mentioned, now it's time to gain the scraps.
51 kills already for VV. Man, this guy is absolutely insane. And this could potentially be a game for Anthem because they've got the control of the next tail. But wait, do they even realize where Sui are actually spawning? Yes, information should be given, but Starboy needed to win that fight. He only gets one of his own and was traded as quickly as he got one. But this, again, is a hill that is being won by Anthem. This could go way too close.
War Machine pulls out, can't find a 2-piece. But it's fallen to deal a lot of damage with the equalizer. He finds a 2K as well of his own. VV shut down, which is completely fine, but as long as you're going to have the points control in the hand, that's all that's going to matter. 2 players moving in from the outskirts. It's Starboy with the help of his teammate, and they do get the point back in their hands. Before how long? That's a real question. Still, the lead is in the hands of Team Anthem.
Yeah, and they're also deciding to go in for the contest themselves, and VV again finds a massive opening. This should give them time to go in for that pinch, and it's perfect. 230 already reached, and if they really get the last few scrap points, that's going to be so difficult for Sue. So Anthem should have the advantage in terms of macro. They can send one man already towards the P1 and also move a couple of them in that point. But a few picks with the equalizer, that's what Sui needed. They tried to contest that scrap, 215 and 237, still way too close for comfort.
215 to 237, as you mentioned, still way too close for comfort, but still for Team Anthem, all they need is a couple of more points to get the lead back in their hands, and once again, just secure this entire thing. They have gotten the lead, they're running away with the momentum, they're running away with the points as well, and they might as well run away with the series. They need to be stopped right now. At Sui Sports, you can feel them struggle, you can feel their nerve just rattling, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Team Anthem, it was all about the momentum, and once they found it, they started running away with it. They found the points control, they found the entire map control, and they started to run away with it as well.
That was such a mind-blowing game coming in from the side of Anthem. I'll be honest, I did not expect that to happen. But yes, on the back of that previous control, the way a couple of players were able to get the momentum in their favor and now also stepping up with VV, that is where we did see things changing up. And also in terms of the macro, we did see quite a few changes being brought in from the side of Anthem, specifically talking in terms of those rotations and controlling the spawn.
I mean, with how that Hacienda was being played by Sui Esports, I like them being a little bit more aggressive. They definitely did try to be aggressive, especially the point in the outskirts. When we saw that point forming in the outskirts, Sui Esports was always going for those proactive fights, which is something that was keeping them on top of the edge, and that's why they were also coming out on top in the outskirts points. Most of the times, I don't think so we saw even once the players of Team Anthem win on that point.
Nope. You're absolutely correct on the back of it, but yet again, the way they turned the momentum in their favor in the later stages, I'll be honest, from the starting to the end, most of these fights were pretty scrappy. Most of the points were almost, for a lot of those seconds, being contested by both of these teams. So I would still say no one actually got that clear-cut advantage, and even in terms of the operators, whenever we saw an operator being pulled out, quite usually it was shut down early on after getting a couple of picks.
I mean, just look at how this entire previous game was being played. It was so scrappy, it was so messy till the end, it was so much back and forth. We saw Vivi, of course, pulling off some incredible shenanigans, some solo moments, but then from the opposite side, even from the side of Su Esports, we had Starboy who was trying his best to make sure that his team's going to be coming out on top. Smokey especially was the man who was always keeping his team at the top there.
He was doing everything that he
Right
potentially
here.
could. Yeah. He had 39 kills at that point. Yeah, it was the only one from his team possibly cross those 40 kill marker. Everyone else on those 37, 35, 34, 34. We're going to see that in the leaderboard itself. Man, this was such a close game. But I love the step up from Starboy. I love the step up from Fallen and Karma. Parihar as well, finding those crucial 2 kills onto the P4 if I'm not wrong, and that is what gave them the opening to get those last 5 seconds of scrap, which helped them to move forward for the P1 rotation.
I'm just really impressed by Vivi's performance in all the maps so far that we witnessed. This man has been at the top of the table, not just at the top of the table, he's been there with a stark difference compared to his teammates. So one thing is for sure, he has been carrying his team on the back this whole entire series. If you move on to the opposite side of things, Olive, Smokey, especially Smokey, I've seen him all the time as well, doing quite a fantastic job. Smokey was there getting the multi-kills for his team. Even Scav and Septic, of course, even both these guys have been trying their best to come out on top. As I mentioned, Su Esports, they're more kind of like a package. They work together, and all of them, you can clearly see on the board as well, the kills are equally distributed.
Yes. And almost all of the maps were also pretty close because, yes, the kills were equally distributed among them. It clearly shows how well they were trading each and every one of their players off too. And that was one of the reasons why we did see them crossing that 200-point mark too. Yeah, the only thing that was remaining was just those heroic plays. And I would still say the operator usage could have some good amount of brushing up as well. There was a time during the P2 itself when I mentioned that the Annihilator needs to be pulled out, which was not done, and then we saw the side of Anthem taking the control.
I think she forgot about Raid then. I mean, they had so many skills to be spared because they pretty much knew. Somewhere down the line, we all knew that maybe this game's going to be lost out by them, so you might as well just try to pour it out there on the board. Just, you know, as like a mayday call, just, you know, as like the end moment call. Anything can happen, you never know. Maybe those operator skills can actually find you so much advantage. But still, for some reason in Raid, they decided not to pull it out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we have found the upcoming matchup as well. It's going to be between TWOB and Su Esports. We are going to be jumping down in the lower brackets.
It's going to be a tough matchup, I would say, but with the momentum that Su has been carrying and with the way how Vitality was just able to swap TWOB and flush them out, I think so Su could potentially be the team that will move forward in that lower bracket.
I mean, in Group A, Vitality are like the freaks of nature. We don't exactly know how the storyline's going to be looking like in Group B, but do we not know? I think somewhere down the line we pretty much know. Yeah, we know. But, you know, just to build up that suspense, we'll say we don't exactly know what's going to be happening in Group B as well. Yeah, guys, we don't know what's going to be happening in Group B. To find out what's going to be happening in Group B, you'll need to tune in tomorrow. But for now, the upcoming matchup will be played between TWOB and Su Esports. Now, TWOB, for them, as I mentioned, they're like the Wounded Lions looking for revenge. And for Su Esports, they're looking to make some quick adaptations on the fly because they do not really have a lot of time to do so.
Yeah, that is true. But hey, there's one more thing, right? Even though we've been mentioning how Su have had that time and those wars to prepare for them for this entire tournament, they should have that reference as well from the previous few games against TWOB. So maybe they might eventually be able to pull something off. But as long as they stick together and play together the way they did against Anthem, if they're able to get those few important trades, they will be able to close things out.
And the best part is that TWB's lineup is the same lineup that we've seen so far. So once again, the advantage can be there for both of them. You never know. TWOB, for them, there's already a lot of bots out there to research on. For Su, unfortunately for them, they do not really have the momentum, so maybe TWOB can be the one to steal it away. So many questions and so many speculations, ladies and gentlemen, will be answered after the short break.
I don't don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission. snap any minute. Casually winning, stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Sue being the underdogs, they still do pack a lot of punch. We did see a lot of potential from that team, but unfortunately they still lost out against Anthem. Now they're going to move down in the losers bracket, or maybe the lower bracket, against TWOB, where TWOB are like the Wounded Lions. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break. Of course, I'm going to be a host and caster, but before we move on with the show, we got to give huge thanks to our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters the most, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, AI is here, Monster Energy, unleash the beast, and level up your career with DHL. With that being said, I'm John alongside with my co-caster, of course, and now Shai Shanu. We're going to be going down deep and dirty, where we will be looking at the lower brackets matchup against TWOB and, of course, their opponent, Sue Esports.
I mean, I was not expecting either of these teams to be down in the lower bracket, though. Yeah, I did say Vitality would potentially win out in a 3-2 fashion. So somewhere down the line, TWOB were doomed to be there. But on the other side, though, I still feel their potential is pretty solid. Up against Sue, this team has also shown some great game.
I mean, hey, time to move on forward and look at TWOB's roster. Of course, Extincts, Master, Ignite, Zyro, and you've got Abyss, all the 5 players. They've been sticking with each other for a long time. And as I mentioned, it can either be a good news or bad news for them, considering there's already a lot of bots to research on top of this team. While you speak of Sue Esports, they're the underdog teams. They're the ones that are making their entrance for the first time in the scene.
And I mean, in terms of the first time potential, they have shown pretty solid one that well against Anthem. As you've already mentioned it, this is their roster that's up on our screen. It's Smokey, it's TWOB, as well as Olive, Septic. I mean, these names always kind of confuse me. But Scav was the 5th man that was playing with them. Now, all these players have been sticking together like a pack, playing pretty solid, showing a good potential. But at the same time, yes, they do some solid work in terms of controlling those spawns. But when it comes down to the adaptation on the go, that's where I feel they kind of have some jitters.
I would say their team plays solid, but they're just overthinking a lot of the scenarios that do not need to be overthinked about.
Yeah.
And that's why Esports is sort of fiddling with their own mindset. And it's not a good thing. Sometimes the steady and the normal approach can be the way to go. Just go hit the site, get the point control back in your hands, and just let the points flow back in. Before TWOB, they're much more of a tactical team as well. So we might just see a slow and steady paced gameplay, but you never know what's going to be happening. Considering TWOB, they have pretty much sit back and saw the matchup that was going on between Anthem and Esports, and TWOB should realize one more thing. The only way to win against Esports is to assert dominance, and that might be what we will see from the side of TWOB. Before now, let's move forward and look at the map, Vito, because that will be a massive icebreaker, and we're going to take off with Takeoff.
I knew you were going to do that, and I love whenever you say that in that fashion. I mean, we're going to take off from Takeoff. That's actually a pretty solid one indeed. But again, the second one is going to be Hacienda, and that is if this series moves forward to that 4th map itself. Because we have seen, I think so, it might actually be a 3-0. I have been giving my predictions in a 3-1, 3-2 fashion, but this one I feel it could be a 3-0 in favor of TWOB. And the reason for that is, on the search and destroy, we did see TWOB giving a solid competition to Vitality. And since I'm already talking about it, we're going to have Meltdown as well as Slouts.
I mean, search and destroy is definitely something that can give a little bit of a ray of hope, in my opinion, for Esports. But you never know how it's going to be looking like, because even TWOB has been looking quite phenomenal. Not exactly inside of this tournament, but when we saw them in the past, they have been looking pretty phenomenal. Then you move on forward towards Control, and it's going to be Crossroad Strike. Once again, we saw this map in the past in the first series itself. TWOB, they should have got their hands warmed up on this map.
I really hope so, because that first one did definitely not go in their favor. But I'm expecting this one to be a close series, and I know why Necro is smiling, because he hears that fun music in the background. That means we're going to be taking things off on the map of Takeoff.
Or maybe I had some other reason to smile. But you know what? It's time to take off and take off, ladies and gentlemen. Hardpoint is going to be the way where we're going to kick things off as usual. What do you think? Takeoff, the first map? It's really tough to say, man, who's going to be the one to close it off. Okay, you said TWOB, but chat, even you guys do let us know in the comment section down below or in the live chat itself, which team do you guys think will be the one to come out on top inside of this series? Will it be TWOB making their remark and making their comeback in the uppers bracket, or will it be Esports pulling off one of the biggest upsets, being the underdog, shutting down a known team like TWOB?
It will eventually come down to who makes those right decisions. And Takeoff, again, a map of Hardpoint that's kind of similar in terms of Hacienda and not more like Summit. I think so it could potentially land in favor of TWOB, but we'll have to wait and see. Plus, this team again has been so very solid on this map, and as we've been mentioning it, we will be jumping into the game right away. TWOB up against none other than Esports.
And off the bat, it's going to be Olive to kick things off with the 2K. Of course, even TWOB, they started things off a little bit more in a fiery way, but still it's Esports winning the majority of their duels. And what is going on? Su proving TWOB unparalleled, but still somehow TWOB, they've got the points control. Interesting.
I mean, it's the first one that's going to be very scrappy. You kind of want to have the spawn on towards that left-hand side to get some extra entry points on towards that. And the lurk is also being shut down. For now, TWOB is the one who will be spawning in that area. But a good control being established by Su. A good solid defense line. Only, as I say that, Zyra was able to find a good pick with the nade itself. Septic as the lurker, eventually finding a good opportunity to get those picks. And he's still alive and kicking.
Exactly. Esports, they still do have the advantage, but then TWOB with only 11 points acquired, they're not that far away. Still, it's all about the first point, as you mentioned. At the first point, things will be looking quite scrappy. Later on, slowly and steadily, teams will start to adapt and understand on what exactly they are trying to do. Before now, it's going to be, Septic, nicely done. The man on the point shut down, but then Olive and Septic, once again, they reply back in tandem. 2 players shut down from TWOB, but then Extinct and Ignite, even they reply back in quite a great fashion.
That's such a good opening on the back of that Hunter Killer drone. They both peeked in, got a couple of frags for themselves, but still they do not have the spawn control. And as soon as I say that, they had their man in 5 spawning there. Zyro was able to do that and will be able to get a few picks on the back of it. So will be shut down, and this hard point is going to go in the hands of TWOB. As long as they maintain that spawn control, they will be quickly making sure that their members are moving inside, and this War Machine is also doing its trick. And Extinct is the one who will be stopping entirety of
Olive.
Okay.
Oh my god, the man on the side gets the 2K and he just mops the floor with their bodies. And now once again, it's going to be the players of TWOB trying to float on the side, but still, what? He stops him single-handedly. Olive from the back as well, starting to provide so much backup. Septic was there too, but then TWOB once again, they start to reply back in style. 53 to the 35, TWOB getting the advantage once again back in their hands. It's looking way too up close and personal, but then TWOB somewhere down line, they do have the points advantage, so they can still be a little bit more at the comfort zone.
Yeah, nothing was properly clear, and I meant that EMP since it was being used. But on the other side, the Claw as well as Annihilator, making sure that they're going to do a lot of things. Zyro is the one who was controlling all of them, but was shut down by the War Machine on the opposite side. Good trades back and forth. Yet again, the hill being in favor of TWOB.
I mean, we're seeing the players of Su getting a lot of kills here and there, but still, it's all about the points control, and that's what TWOB are running away with. Su, they're not able to establish the points control back in their hands, but still, they've got 41 points, which is not bad at all. For TWOB, as long as they're letting the flood in with the points, that's all that matters. Zyro on the point itself, just pro it down, making sure that he's going to be holding one of the entry points, and his teammates as well doing a fantastic job in providing that backup so far. Abyss 2 finds onto Septic. Abyss gets shut down instantly in return, and Su, once again, they might just swing back to life.
And that's going to be a scrappy fight, but was won by Ignite. Septic as well was able to quickly get that trade-off. Claw still available for TWOB, so he can pull it off if he really wants to try and get control of this hill, where we're already seeing Su setting up, and everyone from TWOB coming in with their rotations, but they've got to take care of their saves because there are players spawning left, right, and center. Claw right in the hands, but it needs to be massive if in case they want to control that hill, but will also find some good value as TWOB gets a 2-piece.
Oh, that's massive. Claw, of course, is dealing so much damage against the opponents.
Oh, good Hunter Killer.
Oh my god, as you mentioned, that was a really good Hunter Killer throw in his wall. But still, it was not able to find the exact amount of value that he needed to find, but it was just completely okay. As long as they were suppressing the opponents, that's all that matters. Extinct's able to find another kill on the Scav and TWOB. It's just the kill floodgate. You open them, and the kills will be flooding in on towards the point, but Su, they might just run away with this control, and they do.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of utilities remaining as well. Look at the War Machine in the hands of Scav. He can pull it off for the next hill.
Oh my god,
and he is just single-handedly stopping everyone on that chokehold, as you perfectly mentioned. And it's going to be TWOB finding some struggles, though back and forth we still go. So we were able to grab some quick, important points, but Zyro was able to flush the last few players out, trying to get some scrap points for themselves, a 2-piece for both of the players.
Still triple digits on the board for TWOB, so they have got the mental advantage and also the advantage inside of the game that's needed. And how does he lose that fight? Wasn't prepared completely in TWOB. Now they're starting to come out on top in these duels, which is not a good news. But one thing is for sure, TWOB, they do not really care about the kills. What the main thing matters to them is the points control. We do see the players of Su getting so many kills here and there, but still it's TWOB to run away with the points control. And also the amount of points that TWOB has right now, it's really starting to put a lot of pressure on the players of Su.
Smokey, he needs to pull up his socks right now because literally he is on those 8 kills. He's got the Annihilator in the hand, needs to find a massive value, but as soon as I say that, he gets shut down from behind. Master shutting him down. They're already trying to prepare for the next hill as well because the scrap time is up now. It's going to be the last 15 seconds. TWOB are trying to take it away, take it home. Extinct with the Fred was also able to find a good pick of his own. Some shots being fired high up in the air. Extinct was shut. They will be able to shut down Smokey. He'll contest it, but still the last few points going in favor of TWOB. Some good picks as well, yet again. And look at the spawn.
My god.
It is controlled by TWOB. They should
Yeah.
be getting this hill.
The World of Battle, indeed. Right now, this map is looking like the World of Battle. It's a complete war zone where TWOB, they're able to convert majority of these duels, and that's why they're also getting the points control. 145 points on the board, and so far, it's going to be the players of Esports to at least stop the players of TWOB on the tracks. Before how long? Once again, it's going to be 150 points easily for TWOB, and they're still running away with the advantage and the momentum. As you mentioned, even the claw was there in the hands, but hey, that's really not going to matter because it's TWOB with the advantage.
Yeah, they really need to switch the spawn. Scab was trying to do that, but was shut down in the meantime though. Looking at the hill, last few scrap points will be coming into play in the next 10 seconds, so they need to try and take contest
Oh
of
my
it.
God.
Back and forth, just as you mentioned. That's absolutely mind-blowing though. TWOB in the meantime though, he's the one who's almost top fragging for his team. Just behind a couple of players, will also try to find some massive value, and the hill has been stolen away by Su. So Scrap should go in his favor.
Septic and Scav have been the main playmakers for the side of Su Esports, and if these two guys get shut down, TWOB, they're having an easy time on the point as well. So for TWOB, the main way has to be to shut down Septic and Scav, and as long as they're doing so, things will be quite easily served onto them on the court. 99 points on the board. Su Esports just need one more point to make it a triple digit, but then TWOB, they've once again got the points control, and they're starting to run away with the flow of the game.
They extinguished their claw in the previous one during the end phases
Oh
of
my
that hill.
God,
and it's
Annihilator!
Master and Abyss with the Annihilator as well as Sparrow. Shuts down every push, but Olive for himself gets a couple of picks, but will be stabbed from back.
Once again, for TWOB, I mean, they've got the advantage, not just in the point, also overall, the map advantage. Yeah, they're just dominating through in every single aspect of the game, be it the duels, be it the points, be it the scoreline. TWOB, they're just doing better in every single circumstance, while the players of Su Esports, they're being proven unparalleled. This is the same team that got demolished by Vitality, and now TWOB out of nowhere, they're looking like a force to be reckoned with as they're shutting down the players of Su.
The operator usage was phenomenal, but now the same thing could be said for Su because they've got the last few scrap points, and also in the rotation of the next one, yes, it's TWOB who are ahead, but they need to find some important picks. As soon as they do it, they will be able to invest those operators. So just a couple of picks is all they need. Oh my God, he was caught in the crossfire. Still Smokey and Oliver able to quickly go in for those trades. Hill is not open because the spawn is not controlled. We've already seen a couple of players invested by TWOB towards the spawn itself, making sure it stays in their favor, but that's why the Hill is open, and Olive gets some important picks. Now is the time for them to pull the operators.
Oh man, Olive, of course, with the Sparrow was able to find the opener as well. Extinct fell down, but then TWOB once again starting to run away with so many of these kills.
Good equalizer!
2K, but Septic with a quick 3K, he ruins the day for the players of TWOB, and he once again strikes them down. But for TWOB, all that matters is just getting the control of the map in their hands, and that's what they're doing. Slowly and steadily gaining the momentum back inside of the game. Equalizer, of course, there to deal a little bit of more damage. Good hunter-killer drone as well. Where Zero gets shut down, and out and over, 3 players from the side of TWOB, they just come crashing down.
Brilliant move indeed, but what's going to happen on the next hill? That is going to be the question. Still a very solid cushion for TWOB, and they can try and play for a few picks, but that's even not going to happen. No more operators up on board. TWOB has one, and on the other side, Zyro. So they've got to make sure that it is used to perfection. Everyone else, after this one, Hill will be potentially getting their own, but the Hill is now being controlled by TWOB, and they've got the spawn on towards that right side. And it's going to be another Predator missile. Oh my God, TWOB. How?
Exactly. Oh my God, 207 points on the board. TWOB looking solid as ever before, but even Su Esports not that far behind because even they're running away with the points control for now. They've got the flow of the game, at least for now, though. We don't exactly know what the future course is going to be looking like, but TWOB, 210 points on the board. Once again, TWOB getting back the momentum in their hands, and this is something that needs to be solved desperately by Su Esports. But they're always just crashing down. That's the problem. The World of Battle is just getting so much advantage inside of the fights that they're taking. And majority of the fights are being won by pure positioning, not just by the individual player, also by the teammates.
Olive was able to win a crucial trade for his team, but he needed to double it up as well. He went in towards the mid to try and gather a few scrap points as his team moves towards the hills, while everyone else on 3WOB as well. Spawning on from that far end will be moving forward. Up against the hill, it's going to be difficult, but Annihilator could do the trick. Master was shut down as soon as I said. So on the other side, it's War Machine for Extinct. He gets a two-piece of his own. Can he find more is the question, and is the Sparrow for Olive for the answer?
Oh, but Zyro with a two-piece with the frag grenade, that's massive. Doesn't even need the War Machine, but then the Sparrow in the man's hand might just find something, but he actually gets punched to death. Melee to death was Abyss, but it's okay. His teammates got his back, and TWOB once again dominating the game.
Oh!
But for the players of Su Esports, all they need is one single massive play that can be made, and that's what exactly happens, but they're still getting gunned down. The players of Su Esports, they have got the momentum once again back in the head, but it might just be a little bit too late because TWOB, they've got 229 points accumulated.
Yeah, but still, Su Esports are slowly and steadily creeping up. They need to keep this hill contested. Can't let those last 15 scrap points go for TWOB. Otherwise, it's going to be almost 8. And again, a few extra shots being fired. Smokey was shut down from behind. Zyro gets a good, important frag for his own team. But Scav gets a 3K. This man is insane and might have just saved this hill for Su.
Exactly. A 3K from that man, but then later on it just keeps him continuing by the other players as well. Olive, Smokey, and even Septic able to reply back in quite a great fashion. Even Master's there towards the kill feed. He can see him. The players are definitely going crazy, but somewhere down line, you know, the players of Su are just getting overwhelmed by TWOB. Yeah, Equalizer's pulled out. He finds another one on the board, but that's not really going to matter. The World of Battles, they're running away with the lead. 4 more points needed, and they've got 247. 3 more needed on the board for TWOB to close off this first hard point. And Su Esports, they're getting dismantled and devoured on this map. Takeoff is going to take off in the way of TWOB as expected.
Called for it, mentioned it. One of the reasons for that is because this team has been looking phenomenal on takeoff, and Master was the one who had those most points. I'll tell you, he had 61 kills. 61.
TWOB, they were just overwhelming Su at that point. I was looking at the kill feed, and I was just seeing TWOB majority of the times on my board. Yeah, there were a couple of multi-kills here and there from the side of Su as well, but not enough to keep them in the race, and that was the problem. Yeah, initially, Su were getting a lot of kills, but then the players of TWOB, they were just prioritizing the points control instead of the kills. And as soon as they got the points control, things were looking quite nice for them.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Every single time that we have seen TWOB going in for those fights for the kills, they kind of end up on a 50-50 note, wherein if they lose those battles, they will be taken down, and they also lose the control of those spawn points. But this time, the spawn was manipulated perfectly by TWOB, and that is exactly what we will see in the replay itself. Because, yeah, just as you mentioned previously, it was Su Esports who had that early control, that early advantage. But then in the middle of the game, they kind of lost it. And when they tried to bring it back in their own favor, it was just kind of way too late.
I wouldn't even say in the middle of the game. They just lost it off the bat. As I mentioned, yeah, they had the control when it comes to getting the kills on the board. But hardpoint is not about kills. Yes, somewhere down line, of course, it is about kills because you need to kill your opponent, then get the points control. But overall, it's about getting the certain amount of area control in your hands. And that's what TWOB were relying on completely. They did not exactly care about getting the kills on the board. They more so cared about getting the points control in their hands. And as long as the point is flowing in on the scoreboard, that's all that matters for TWOB. But then later on, TWOB, they started stepping up, even in the elimination brackets a thing, and they started doing quite good.
Now, here's the thing, right? TWOB, they had such a great cushioning for themselves that even though in the middle of the game, as you've also mentioned, yeah, getting those kills is not entirely the name of the game, but somewhere down the line, Su did find themselves a small advantage, using which they were able to quickly move their score up to somewhere around 150, 170 or 180. But after that, over towards that last hill, it was just entirely TWOB's show. And one of the main reasons for that is because none of them had the operators. And just as I mentioned, Master had 61 kills.
Wow. Master, of course, a nuclear performance from that man. Not exactly dropping the nuke on the map, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying, in general, he popped off in quite an insane way. But then Zyro with 51 kills, too, on the board. Extinx with 55. Then you found Abyss with 34. Now, of course, the last two guys, there will be a big difference when it comes to the killing side of things. But, hey, the first three guys, they've done their job. On the opposite side of things, once again, kills being distributed equally on the board. But unfortunately, Smokey was not able to play that well. And usually, Smokey was the one to make the plays. But this time, it was Septic and Scav who stepped up massively.
It was troubles from their side, but I mean, come on, please give my man Zyro the MVP. Yes, he's 10 kills behind, but he's got 2 minutes and 38 seconds in hardpoint. That's over 150 points by this man alone. That's
crazy.
I mean, come on, please give him the MVP. He's got the highest rating, though, 199, so that's one good thing over here. But at the end of the day, a good start by TWOB, and Search and Destroy, I've already mentioned it. It does look a little bit shaky for Su Esports.
Yeah, can you say Su once again?
not gonna say it.
Okay, well, I mean, for some reason, you're just obsessed with that name. I understand you're a big fan of Ronaldo, and I guess even these guys are a big fan of Ronaldo, but unfortunately, for some reason, they're not exactly able to perform up to the mark. Maybe in the upcoming round, though, or maybe in the upcoming maps of Search and Destroy, they can definitely make something happen.
I'm expecting that to happen because, again, we've seen a 3-0 in the first series. Then we've seen a 3-1. Now it's time to pull in a 3-2. Apart from all the shenanigans that I'm trying to pull here, I really want to see this series go prolonged in a sense, because Sui Esports is a team that has literally kind of, you can say, mesmerized us in terms of how well they play together.
Yeah. And they're the underdogs as well inside of the tournament. So, once again, the team play is there, but it's more about overthinking a lot of these scenarios, and it's more about lack of confidence as well. When you're going to be having the lack of confidence, you will be overthinking a lot of those scenarios, and automatically somewhere down line, the pressure just keeps on building up as the games just keep on passing up as well. And somewhere down line, they just need to find a way to gain that confidence, and once they do probably gain that confidence, they will probably have the momentum as well. But as I mentioned, the upcoming map, ladies and gentlemen, will be Meltdown. And on Meltdown, things will be, in my opinion, on the side of TWOB.
Okay, he's not pulling any kind of wordplay here now. But yes, it could potentially be yet again another map for TWOB because, yeah, against Vitality as well, they almost pulled it back. There was a situation when they were literally just one round behind, and it really did felt like an unfortunate situation where they could have just got one more round, and we might have also seen an overtime being pulled up. But either ways, we'll be seeing those Tundras coming into play. We'll also be seeing all those DRH. I love DRH. That's
Do Loki miss Locust, though? I mean, Locust was quite a great sniper. Somewhere down the line, I also missed some Locust plays. But at the end of the day, it's a sniper rifle. All you need is one single bullet. Just scope in and get the one single bullet down. So I guess even Tundra can definitely do the job. But I definitely miss those Locust plays. And I guess tomorrow, maybe we can see those from the side of Abyss.
I'm hoping for that. I am hoping for that, and I'm down for it. But that's, again, something that will happen tomorrow.
In the future.
Yeah, that's
I'm just giving you guys a little bit of a teaser, you know. Tomorrow, a great series will be on the horizon. But ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the upcoming map will be Meltdown as well in Search and Destroy. And here we go. We're going to step inside of Meltdown as we've got the defending side in front of us. And then, of course, on the attacking side of things will be TWOB.
That's such a quick early rotation coming in as well, because look at the amount of area that's been controlled by Sui Esports. They will not potentially let them enter, but oh my god, a couple of good picks coming in though. Some good trades as well from Septic as well as Scav.
Oh my god, of course, he's just running on the back with the shotgun, but what just happened? Olive got a two-piece with a pistol. I just cannot wrap my head around on what exactly happened over there, but then hey, it's going to be Sui Esports to kick things off on a fantastic note. Things are, yeah, interesting, I guess.
Interesting. That's an understatement with the way how messy that all got. See the wordplay there? But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just one round itself. We still need at least 6 extra more for the side of Sui to close it out. A good utility being used up. A good pick by Snakes.
Oh my god.
But that's Ignite to come out on the trade. A little overheat moment.
Even from the sidelines, at this point in time, it just feels like TWOB, they're easily able to overwhelm the opponents. They have got every single piece of control on this map. TWOB, it's like their playground.
It's Meltdown after all. They've played so many times here.
Yeah.
So that's one of the main reason, because yeah, it's a home ground, just like how Hacienda is, and firing range is in SND. This is also one of the games where teams love to play in their comfort play, and mid is where we normally see a lot of those lurks.
I think so. I think so. It's more sort of the main reason is that the layout is pretty basic.
Yeah, possibly.
And it's easy to read the opponents around this as well. So it's sort of like much more of a map that can be easily wrapped around by the teams, and they can understand on what exactly is going on. The set plays can be discovered quickly enough. R9 Shotgun in the hands of Scav.
Of Snakes.
Who?
That's a solid name. But yeah, round pretty slow, just as you mentioned. You might see things being changing up in towards that mid. Some scrappy fights being brought in, but all right, TWOB is the first one to find a pick of his own, though Extinx will be the one making sure that his team is kind of trying to grab that advantage. Ignite picking up Scav. It's down to a 3v3 situation, though.
Yeah, TWOB once again with the advantage. Inside of this round, too. It's a 3v3, actually. For Sue, they've still got a chance to strike back. But luckily enough, Extinct is still alive as well. Olive on the opposite side. It's there from Su too. The
Oh!
Sniper needs to find some valuable connections, but oh my, what was that against TWOB? The man jumps up, gets the flick, gets the kill, wrapped up like a burrito, and then he just keeps on moving up once again. There will be sniper up close and personal. I thought he almost found a two-piece, but then Olive turns around and slaps him in the face. That's going to be the second round on the board for Su Esports. As I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, the only way to win against Su is to assert dominance off the bat. If you're going to let the players of Su Esports get in their comfort zone, if you let them have a lot of time initially, they will punish you. And that's what exactly happened with TWOB.
Yes, that is true. And on the other side of the spectrum now, TWOB really would need to try and go in for this push. Straight up, they go ahead and they are welcomed by the shot of Olive. You disrespect the Locust like that, you will be taken down just like that.
Yeah, well, that's where you sort of do need the smokes as well to block off the vision, but unfortunately the players have decided to move out in the open, but as long as Zyro's going to pop off, it's complete fine. The man in the front, the sniper, needs to be shut down ASAP. But then the rotation comes in towards the opposite side. A-side control is going to be taken away, and even the plant's going to be there soon enough for the attackers. The plant goes down. Now this is where the panic type is going to be settling in for the players of Su Esports. If the equalizer is found for TWOB, it can definitely be quite massive, a big ray of hope for them. But at this point, he can see the players of Su Esports just waiting for at least one man to overextend. But what a perfect angle being held by him. These type of off angles can really catch your opponent off guard. And then TWOB, a beautiful team play, a beautiful set play that was. I love it.
They just peeked on the back of each other and worked the things out perfectly well. That's the synergy of a team that has been playing together for a long time. So yes, even though Su Esports are bringing things way too close, but now it's TWOB showing off their experience. Trophy system gonna go in place again. The Locust being posted just where the sniper's nest is.
Oh, on the top.
Yeah, that is true. He's not seen that man going for a cross, and everyone's just gonna try and push forward towards that sniper itself. Oh my God, Olive.
Yeah.
That's such a good surprise.
TWOB, they just surprise him from the back, and now once again the site control's already taken away, and here we go. The playgrounds for the kids. That's what's going to happen. TWOB, okay, maybe can get the hammer and strike the players down, but what was happening there? It was way too close to comfort, but Zyro, once again, in the end, he's got things under control.
He got 3 for himself. If only one of his teammates had also got one more player, he might have been able to clutch it out as well. But nonetheless, that's yet again Olive just feeling himself 8 kills for himself. On the other side, TWOB 5. But here we go, looking towards TWOB. Got 6 in the hands of Zyro. As well as Apace, they're the ones who are moving forward, leading the pack. Zyro was going in for one. Some good trades coming in. So Esports as well, not letting TWOB take control of the side. But a scrappy fight, but a good movement from Master.
I mean, he's got the shotgun in the hands, and now once again, the
Good
player
shot.
just walks into his crosser. What is going on here?
Oh, is that the bomb? That's actually the bomb.
Yep. Oh, no, he missed that shot.
Unfortunate.
And he misses the opportunity as well. Now pulls out the deagle. He's trying to get it up close and personal. There's another sniper around the corner, but unfortunately he's not going to be spotted for now. So Olive will find an easy crossover on the opposite side. Here we go. The duel comes in, but still, somehow he wins it. A good switch from the sniper to the DRH. And now the man will be right in front of him, and he wins that duel. He finds the initial connection on the head, and that's why he won it.
You give him a 1-for-1, and that's what he's going to provide you. A beautiful dish in terms of a round. Equalize now, 3-3, and that's where we will be switching the sides. This is way too close at the end of the day. Could go in anyone's favor, but yeah, that one swap, that was brilliant. He needed to avoid that one fight, and he had the timing to get that weapon in his hand and finish things off. Olive doing a perfect job.
Yeah. Once again, here we go. Utilities out at the top. The players in the front. TWOB doing a fantastic job so far. But once again, the scoreline's still way too close for comfort. It's 3-3, so nothing much can be said for now.
Extends.
Yeah. Man advantage Oh, in the hands of Su Esports. This is so good. There's a shotgun in the hands of Master. If he
missed
finds
it.
even the first pick, that can mean a lot. And there we go. Isolated duel handed out to the man, and he will take the advantage to the fullest potential. And now it's time to move towards the site. Repositioning is going to be the key. A beautiful nade that could have been, but the man moves away in the nick of time. And now look at this.
This read.
Yeah, finally it's going to be a quick face-off in the front, but unfortunately the man misses the initial bullet, and the slide is going to catch him off guard.
I will say, if you're gonna ask me what I want to name this search and destroy, I'm just gonna mention it. It's a scrap and destroy, because that's how all these fights have been looking. Every single one of them, though. This time it's going to be towards mid. All the players. I mean, it's at least 8 players there.
Oh, this is quite incredible.
Wait, hey, hello.
I mean, the players try to assert the dominance off the bat. The shotgun up close and personal can definitely find the advantage. Master, he's holding a nice chokehold too. If he's able to get away with at least one more with that chokehold, it can actually put the team in quite a big advantage that TWOB will be happy to have in their hands.
They've got the bomb, though.
But then still those 2 players from Su Esports can be the deal breaker as well. Questions being raised on both the sides. And so far, things have been quite back and forth. As you mentioned, there was the bomb in the open, but the bomb has easily been recovered now. TWOB just letting the control go off, instead focusing on the site. But what they miss out on is that the players have already got the bomb back in their hands, and they've moved away to the opposite side.
So they would have been open from 3 different directions. That's one of the reasons why they decided to not keep control of that bomb. I would still say it was kind of okay, but they might have gone in for some repositions as well at the same time. And as I'm talking about repositions, it's going to be Sui who will be moving backwards. Both the players, Smokey as well as Septic, they've been doing pretty good, but they need to close things out as well. Ignite, Master, on the other hand, they need to make sure that their team gets this round to equalize.
As you mentioned, they need to get this round to equalize things. If this round's being won by Su Esports, they might just run away with the advantage overall too, but a really good crossfire being set up between these 2 players, and they just let the players of TWOB walk in their crosshairs. Beautiful stuff. Su Esports, 5 rounds on the board. TWOB, a 2-round disadvantage. Can later on, of course, be increased for a little bit more, which can catch the players of TWOB more off guard.
I'm expecting that to happen as well in the meantime, because if they do not make any kind of adjustment, it's going to be TWOB who will be eventually winning in a few of those macro fights. But for now, they've got the entire control of that side, and it's going to be a full-fledged retake from the side of the World of Battles, and Extinct is going to begin it. Make it 2 with a nade and his sniper.
Oh, the players are ready. They're just holding the entry points at this point. Yeah, Ignite was able to find Smokey as well. I mean, those were quick trades on the board, but then TWOB, they've just found themselves in such a massive advantage. It's a 1v4. I highly doubt this is going to be coming through as well. A pistol in the hands, nothing can be done. And yeah, the man just gets surrounded and devoured.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
That was ouch because, yeah, it was a heavy numbers advantage in favor of TWOB. But yet, not a round advantage, though. They're still in the deficit, so would need to make a play.
It's crazy, though, right? We're not exactly seeing rounds being way too close, but at the same time, the scoreline is close. It's either heavily one-sided towards TWOB, or it's either heavily one-sided towards Su Esports. Nothing is getting way too up close, or way too close for comfort. This time, we've got the sniper in the hands of the opponent. Once again, Ignite's going to toss a nade on towards the site, hoping to catch at least 1 player off guard. But TWOB, on the defending side of things, at least in the previous round, they looked quite nice. Still, it's all about entering inside of the site and finding the first kill to begin things with, and that's what is exactly going to happen. There's just flushing out the players from the side, and just like that, what a flawless retake that was.
I was expecting that not to go in that manner, but my goodness. TWOB getting the perfect read onto the members of Su Esports, knowing where they were, and then entering in from the one where there was least resistance. Perfect play indeed, and that's really what you want to try and make that comeback. But they've been going in for those A hits time and time again. I really want to see some switch up from, and that's why Su Esports know what TWOB is thinking, therefore they're going in towards the A side. That's a lot of thinking.
You really need to think that much?
Yes.
As a player, overthinking is your worst enemy. You should never overthink a lot. And now, for Su Esports, with how things have been looking like, I'm not exactly sure what they can do. The scoreline's way too close for comfort.
No
for
lurk.
them, it's about getting eliminated from this tournament too. They will be kicked out on the first day itself, and I'm pretty sure Esports would not exactly want that to happen, but TWOB, they're starting to head back quite nicely. And yeah, Master gets the final closure as well. It's done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. It will be the players of TWOB to close it off once again. One more round needed in the hands of TWOB to close things off in S&D.
Every single time we are seeing Esports going in towards the side, getting the plant down, but it's being retaken by TWOB time and time again. And the major problem in that is that there is no lurk play from Esports at all whatsoever. So TWOB can invest all of their members to try and take control of that site. So this time they're going in for a very default approach, wherein sending a couple of members towards A, a couple towards mid, and one towards B, making sure there's no aggression from that side. But mid is again going to be a massive area to contest. Because look at the amount of space that has been taken by TWOB already towards the B side.
Yep.
And they don't mind giving up A because they're retaking it anyways.
True. TWOB.
Okay.
At this point, TWOB knows exactly what to do. They know just play the patience game and let the opponents run out of those patience. And TWOB, considering they've got 6 rounds on the board, they're the only one that's one away from getting the closure too. But Esports, they lost the patience. They lost out on one of the men too. Still, the man advantage continues in the hands of Esports, and that's really good news. It's a 3v4. Esports, with the advantage, can definitely get this round and push it to OT. For TWOB, they're definitely going to be looking forward to close it off right here, right now. They do not want to waste more time. The man with the sniper was spotted, but a little late to react on the trigger. And once again, TWOB, they lose out on 2 more players. As you mentioned, the chances of us pushing towards OT have increased even more, but you never know what's going to happen. There's still one more man alive, and he can potentially, maybe, make an upset against the opponents. Okay, first found, hold on. Switches on over towards the A. Okay, well, maybe was thinking a little bit too much over there.
Yeah, that's us overthinking. That might be a possibility. But either ways, you need to win both of those rounds now. You need to have a round difference of 2. And that's how you will be winning this map. So the next win is going to be on round targeting 8. More rounds extra in the bag, but we'll have to see how it eventually turns out, because it's again a full 3-3 from both of these teams on both of the sides every single time yet again.
Beautiful.
Yeah, some good utility is being used up. Major assist coming in.
Oh my God, how?
Like everything.
How was able to get away with the 2-piece on that position? And then, yeah, once again, Esports replying back in style against TWOB. TWOB starting to make some major mistakes inside of that round.
Wait a second.
And now we see a last-minute rotation being pulled off as well. The players of Esports rotating towards the A site, and the same footsteps could be followed by the players of TWOB too.
But why? That is the question.
The bomb's on the site though,
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, they're wrapping all the way from the back. This is brilliant.
They're just trying to clear a lurker. They have no clue where exactly the bomb is. They thought maybe it's going towards the A.
Miscommunication, maybe?
Maybe. Highly possible, but yet again, it gives an opportunity to the members of TWOB to try and go in for that free clear, and that's exactly what they were doing. They will be able to get this bomb, and they know that this entire site is for free.
Okay. The bomb's been picked up in their hands, and now the players once again starting to back out towards the A site. But I guess TWOB, they really do not want to overthink things, but they're actually doing so as well. Last minute rotation towards the A side. They're moving right in the traps of the opponents. And that's where the players of Esports are just waiting this time. The God is going to be on the side of Esports. They've got the advantage holding things off right here, but the man looks away at the bad time. The players are going to walk in towards the site. Now it's a 2v1. And what? He still comes out on top. TWOB, they're making some rookie mistakes at this point.
They had the entire site for free, yet they thought that maybe the players are here, and that's exactly where we were not. That's so unfortunate for their side. Now it's going to be a potential rush towards the B because all the players are moving just exactly in that direction. TWOB should get an idea, maybe no. Everyone's pushed up close and personal. This exactly seems to be like the round where TWOB were in their attack, but they were able to find a good pick. However, bomb, since it's down now, it's going to be a full-fledged retake. Yeah. Septic, he needs to be the main key player. He needs to be the one to stop the rotation of TWOB.
It's going to be a 5v5 retake. And as you mentioned, Ignite over here, quite deep in the enemy territories as well. But what a massive lurk that was. Septic! He finds a quick two-piece on the board. There's still a third man on the side as well, but Septic's position's now compromised. It's a 2v2. TWOB somehow, they've tried to keep themselves alive inside of the competition. Things gonna be bad, but what is going on? Both of these guys just missing so many shots against each other, and the world of battle now starting to make some rookie mistakes. It's really hard to wrap the head around, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It will be SU Esports. As I mentioned, the best bet for SU Esports to win against TWOB might just be on Search and Destroy, but when I saw Meltdown, I thought that TWOB can be the one to run away with the victory as well. But no, it's that SU Esports. They pull off an upset.
Was not expecting it to happen in such a way, but yet again, a good play coming in from SU Esports. Yes, as you mentioned, there were quite a lot of those rookie mistakes coming in from not one side, but both of the sides, and we were not really expecting TWOB to make them because they've had that experience. Yet, a good punish from the side of SUI because yes, your opponent would make those mistakes, but it's your responsibility to capitalize on the back of it. They were able to do that brilliantly and get that round. The first OT, right on the day one itself, though.
Exactly. I mean, OT is something that always brings in that excitement, right? And specifically when we saw SU Esports making it super competitive against a team that has always been there in the competitive scenario, it was really hard for me to wrap my head around on what exactly TWOB was doing there. And I think so somewhere down the line, it's all about having the underdog advantage. The players of TWOB, they got easily predicted somewhere down the line. And as I mentioned, all these 5 players, they have been playing with each other for a long time, so if they haven't really updated their strat book, they will be countered.
It was such a close game between both of these teams. That one thing is true. But half of those fights were like so very scrappy, wherein neither of these teams, they kind of had an idea what the other team was doing. But one thing that I noticed was that none of them were putting any players out there in lurk. And in the one round that Sui were able to do it, they got a good 2-piece of their own. They got those good couple of kills back in towards that mid, if I'm not wrong, towards that reactor, and then move forward to try and wrap up that entire map. Now, stealing away Meltdown from the hands of TWOB, that is a good statement, and if they're able to do that on one map, I am expecting them to kind of pull it off on the next one as well, but it kind of seems difficult because looking at how their control went in the previous series, I am not having some good flashbacks.
Crossroads Strikes, it's going to be, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming map will be played. And now as we do have the match stats in front of us, Olive, of course, at the top. Olive with that lurk in the final round, if I'm not wrong, was incredible.
Yep.
Gonzaro as well, getting 16 kills on the opposite side of things. TWOB, you've got Abyss too with 14. In general, the kills are equally distributed, but still, it was the players of SU to come out on top. Unfortunately, for TWOB, I'm not exactly sure what they can do to try and get their mentals in check, because getting such a big reality checks from the underdog themselves can be a big mental breaker if you're one of the known teams.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of smiling at this point, is because of the fact how TWOB, they kind of had it in their bag. Also remembering the time when they were the ones who gave GODLIKE such a tough competition on this map itself. But alas, that's just not going to be the case this time around. And also kudos to Sui to pull this one off for themselves. And this basically means that we will be going to that second hard point. That's 100%.
Yeah, second hard point, it will definitely be there. But the upcoming map, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Crossroads Strikes, which will, of course, be controlled, ladies and gentlemen, which will be a little bit even tougher for the players to sort of know exactly what to do. Now, TWOB, if they have already won the hard point somewhere down lane, at least we can think that even in control, they can definitely have the advantage, but I'm not exactly sure what they can do.
I mean, we've seen control time and time again being turned into a team deathmatch. Not just once, a couple of times. We have seen
majority of the times,
yeah,
I would say.
Exactly. So I am expecting maybe something along the similar lines, but also remembering in the previous game how well that one man from Anthem played out as the person who was spawn trapping the opponents in just one position. You know that spawn trap could be done pretty easily on the map of Crossroads Strikes. That's how small it is and how quickly you can go and move forward. So those are the few things that you would need to be worried about. If I was Sui, I would make sure that we are not getting spawn trapped and then would try and take control of the flow of the game.
Once again, it's all going to be about the ARs and the SMGs majority of the time. Right. Shotguns, yeah, definitely can be there, but you rarely see shotgun actually finding these days the value that it's supposed to find as well. Now, of course, you can be holding those chokeholds, but at the same time, don't you think that you're limiting yourself in just holding those chokeholds while you could be doing
Yes.
so much more out there on the playing field where you could be getting so many kills flowed in for the team, especially on the map control. Kills matter a lot because that's the main difference maker on control. Yeah, points.
Yes.
Of course, you can't try and go for the point as well. It can't be the second way or secondary way of winning this entire thing. But in general, as you mentioned, teams do tend to play it like Hardpoint itself.
Here's the thing, right? Yeah, team do tend to play it just like Hardpoint, but what I personally think is instead of a shotgun, you can potentially prioritize an SMG, and we see teams usually going in for that. Maybe going for a couple of assault rifles, couple of SMG paired up with a sniper rifle for that map specifically, because you can use a sniper, stay in the spawn, and get a lot of value out from 3 different angles, and we do see teams going in for that. Even in, if I'm not wrong, the first series itself, Crossroads Strike Tundra was the sniper rifle that was being used up, and I was having a blast.
And recently we've been seeing a lot of Finnex on the board as well.
Yes.
Now, I genuinely thought that we might just see a lot of Switchblades, honestly, considering that's what we saw last time as well. But Finnex now being pulled out by these players. And, of course, they're doing a great job, right? Without a doubt. And as long as they're sticking to the comfort zone, that's all that matters. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to step inside of Crossroads Strikes. We're off the path. The shotgun's going to find so much value. It's Master with the R9, able to get a 2-piece on the board and keep his team on the advantage side of things.
I mean, you called for it, and that's exactly what is happening as
Oh
well.
my God,
my
Master.
goodness. That was insane. That was absolutely insane. But still, lifeline in favor of the team in yellow. That's going to be none other than Sui Esports trying to take control, but no tick of progress being made from either of those points.
Okay, TWOB at this point, they're just making a joke out of the players of Sui Esports because TWOB is running away with such a massive lead too. Look at this, 13-24. That's a big lead that TWOB has. Make that 10-22. Sui Esports is just peeking out in the crosshairs of TWOB, and it's a big problem for them now. It's 8-21. That's a stark difference on the scoreline right there. And the players of TWOB just winning the majority of these duels. Yeah, Search and Destroy was lost, but TWOB, they seem super pissed after that one. Yeah, somewhere down line, Sui, they're starting to hit back, but it's a little bit too late.
Way too late indeed. They've only lost 15 lives, and we are down to the last 5 lives for the side of Sui Esports. And look at that positioning. Nah, that's not happening, man. That is not happening.
2-14, there's no way. You're not in your right mind if you think that can be clutched out right there. And now 1-13, nah, TWOB, they have just made a stock statement off the pad, moving it out of control. Yeah, Hardpoint will be played later on if this control completely goes one-sided in the hands of TWOB. But, man, even in the Hardpoint, the same thing can be expected. What exactly happened in Search and Destroy then? That just makes me wonder. One thing is for sure, Sui Esports, they're quite good, man, when it comes to the defensive side of things, but on these offensive game modes, they're just not able to do anything.
Absolutely nothing now, and again, we're seeing the same presence by Ignite. He gets a 3-piece of his own right in the early on fight. That is just massive. Yet again, a good lead coming in. For a couple of lives though, but a good answer from Sui as well. Predator Missile being called in. Scav gets one of his own, but the War Machine is going to do this thing. It's going to wrap a lot of those things up as well. Zyro playing in towards that mid. First tick of progress already locked in towards the second tick being worked up. Now that is a major problem. If it gets locked in, then there's only B's remaining. But on the other side though, some scrappy fights. Yet again, Extinct, Ignite, Abyss, they're just having the time of their life.
Oh,
look
the
at,
DRX.
Yeah, look at
There
Extinct,
we
man.
go. The Kingslayer too, right? Scav over here, of course, trying his best to make that difference, but can it really be made? And once again, another stark statement being made on the map control. Oh, Crossroads Strike just completely favoring the players of TWOB. They're looking like an undefeated freak of nature, a force of nature that cannot be taken down, an impenetrable wall. And TWOB, 20-8, that's a big difference at this point. It's next to impossible to pull off the scoreline back in their hands. Sui Esports, it's way too late. They've given the early game advantage in the hands of TWOB, and they just ran away with the momentum. It's done for.
Yeah, it is.
What is even going on at this point?
I mean, TWOB, they're just stomping over the members of Sui, and all the trades will also follow in the way. Septic and TWOB are trying to somehow equalize the numbers. All right, hold on a second. Never mind. Abyss and Ignite, again, shutting them all down. Look at Extinct. He's at 20 kills.
War Machine pulled out, my friend. Scavs pulled out the War Machine. It's a 3-9 scoreline difference. That's a massive difference right there. And of course, the players of Sui Esports cannot even afford to lose even a single man at this point. And that's what has exactly happened. They're losing out on the man number. War Machine, yeah, it is right there. But how much value are you exactly going to be able to find? You are all by yourself. You can't do a lot. You're being surrounded by the players. You're getting pushed to close and personal. And 2 Esports, they're just gaining the confidence that they need at this point.
Yeah, that second tick already logged in. There's no way. Never mind, not just second tick, the third tick. That's the entire round itself. 2-0.
At least he kept himself alive.
Wow.
Look at the brighter side of things.
Wow. You want to look at the brighter side? Look at 5 operators that TWOB have now. How is Sui going to compete with that? That's the question.
Hey, you never know. You always gotta believe. And believers are the one that always prevail. And Ignite right now, I mean, he's pulled out the equalizer and is probably going to be the one to demolish the opponent's left, right, and center. But still, Sue as well. They're doing a great job in making the series quite close. Look, it's 25-25. It's up close, but then TWOB out and over, they just swing once again back in the action. And the equalizer in the man's hand, called Ignite. He's, of course, still alive with that gun, and he's doing a lot of damage. Even Annihilator pulled out. Oh, no, here we go. The real demolition starts now. The Annihilation starts now.
And you also see Zyro with a claw in his hand. He also found a massive value. Shut down, but way too late. Annihilator.
It's done for.
I told you.
Oh my God.
How are you going to compete with 5 operators in front of you? There is just no way.
And shotgun applause and personal, there's no cure to that disease. Easy stuff in the hands, and then even the equalizer from the back is able to find some value. Septic, man's trying his best to keep his team back in the run, but it's 16-7. Still a big difference when it comes to the spawns that you've got left inside of the game. This equalizer, yeah, unfortunately the man just slides into his death. Sparrow being pulled out as well by Olive. He's getting some multi-kills here and there. But for how long, that's the real question. The objective's being captured as well. The man's running away with the points control. But you've only got 3 against 13. You cannot do it.
What just happened? Yeah, that's the main question. 11-1. Gets 2. All right.
Hold on. Still the last man trying his best to at least do something. Yeah, he's quite scratched up and bruised up. It's
32
spawns.
seconds.
Yeah, technically it's a 1v8 considering the opponents do have an 8 spawns left over. And if he does actually pull this off, it'll be one of the most incredible pictures that we all have witnessed. But yeah, it's of course not going to come through, right? We got to be a little bit optimistic considering we are the commentators. But on the realistic point of view, things are not going to happen that way at all. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1 is going to be the scoreline so far. Now the upcoming map is going to be the map of Hardpoint. That's where things will be interesting.
Did they just start the map of Control now? It ended up faster than the first half of Search and Destroy itself. That's how solid TWOB were playing in this one. And I don't even know what kind of insect bit them at this point to give them so much of a chakra to try and finish off the entirety of Sui. That was a great performance, and it just seemed that there was no competition in this map at all.
I mean, TWOB, they just proved why they have been in the competitive scenario for such a long time. True. And why they are known as one of the most experienced team inside of the entire competitive CODM pool. But let's move on forward and look at the replay of this entire previous game that just happened. I mean, off the bat, the shotgun was able to find a lot of value. Honestly, the shotgun is the main reason why they actually got the first round in their hands.
I mean, you called for it. You mentioned what's going to happen if one of the players pulls out a shotgun and holds those choke points. That's going to happen. You're going to have a life advantage of 14-2 or 3. Or on the other side as well, it does not matter if in case it's easier to take control of the objectives or if it's easier to defend those objectives. If you're getting those kills, if you're getting all of those momentum and all those frags, that's all you need. Be it gun power, be it utilities, be it operators, everything used up perfectly by the world of battles.
But once again, this is something that you really need to realize. The speculations that I've been making, the points that I have been trying to make is that whatever map that you need to go aggressive on, or whatever game modes that you need to go aggressive on, Sui Esports, they haven't been able to prevail on those game modes.
Agreed.
Be it Control, be it Hardpoint, they have been struggling. On Search and Destroy, definitely they can have a really solid chance of winning things out, but overall, Sui Esports, I'm not exactly sure what can be done to iron things out in that manner. I think so the only way they can iron things out that problem is by gaining the confidence and the momentum in the upcoming games. But unfortunately for Sui Esports, if they lose out on the upcoming Hardpoint, we know this will be it for the players of Sui Esports. They will be kicked out of the tournament.
Well, I was saying 3-0, but 3-0 is not what we're going to witness. Potentially a 3-1 maybe. again, totally depends on the way that next hard point goes. But before that, since we're already having a look at the scoreboard, Extincts with 26, 11, and 7. This man almost pulled out one entire round his own self.
Wow. And then Scav 2 on the opposite side with 18. They've got TWOB with 13. Then you've got Septic with 12. Of course, Smokey not able to pop off. I'm not exactly sure what happened to Smokey there, man. Because Smokey in the previous series, he was doing a great job for his team. And then out of nowhere, when you were facing off against TWOB, Smokey's struggling quite a lot. Against Anthem, it was a complete different man.
It just seems like a momentum shift entirely. And the world of battles have been having so much control, specifically on hardpoint as well as control itself, that there's no way you can try and stop their momentum. And as you've already mentioned, it does seem to be the case that the next hardpoint that we're going to go on, it's going to be Hacienda. It's going to be it. It might just seems like Sui, they've run out of gas.
Now we're back on the classic grounds once again, ladies and gentlemen. Hacienda is going to be what we might possibly close things off. I mean, I want to be a little bit optimistic over here, but considering how the previous map went, I highly doubt the momentum and things will be siding the side of Su Esports in the upcoming hardpoint. And considering Hacienda is one of the most OG maps out there, of course, TWOB will be feeling at their homes. The same thing can be said for Su Esports as well, but some quick adaptations needed to be made on the fly. Can they actually make those? The question will be answered right now. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to step inside of Hacienda, the last game of the series. This might be.
Potentially, yes, indeed. And you've already mentioned a lot of times, you need to make sure that you've got the control of those upper floors, and that is exactly what we're going to see from Sui coming up. But also the world of battles have the same idea, and all the trades are going in their favor? Wait a second.
I mean, that's what happened last time as well, right? Off the bat, Su Esports has started things off with the advantage when it comes to the killing feed, but then later on, TWOB, they started to wrap their hands around the necks of Su Esports quite firmly, and they just choked them to death. And once again, TWOB, just look at the advantage they've found, 18 points on the board, and still they've got the flow and the momentum inside of the point.
Alright, but at least still Sui have got that numbers advantage for so long, and that's going to be some quick initial picks as well. They will be trying to equalize that score as they've got the control of the hill, and everyone on the side of the world of battles will be spawning directly onto the top right side of that map, trying to clear out a few of those points. Scrap, not going to go anywhere. Just the last 2 or 3 points, maybe that is also going to be contested by both of these teams. Might as well just switch towards the next hard point, and that's where TWOB are going in for their own rotations. Look at that entire wraparound by all 3 members, Extincts, Master, and Abyss.
Su Esports, hold on, they might just have a really good chance to once again pull themselves back inside of the race. But then it's still the early phase of the game, so nothing much can be said. Maybe TWOB can once again hit back the players of Su Esports and slap them back to the ground. Towards the garage is going to be the point, but then the players of Su Esports, they're hitting the players down off TWOB, left, right, center. But then this one single man, which is Zyro, he shuts down every single man on the point.
Absolutely phenomenal display yet again, and TWOB are also the ones who will be trying to go in for that flood. But still there is TWOB remaining on side, and he is not just TWOB, he was a Thorn. Finally picked off, and his Extincts, Zyro and Abyss finds a pick of their own on the back of that Hunter killer as well. War Machine Claw, everything available for the side of the world of battles, and they will be transitioning it to the next hardpoint.
Oh, here we go, Master. Able to find another one, even
that's pretty up.
TWOB in general, they're just getting these single eliminations in their hands, and that's really keeping them over the edge against the players of Su Esports. In the previous series, in the outskirts, Su Esports always had the advantage, but can they do it once again? That's the real question.
It's going to be difficult, as I mentioned, as again, War Machine being used up, and Extincts is going to find so much value on the back of it. This hill is theirs. There's no way Su Esports could go in for the contest. Apart from the fact that they've also got no operators left at all. Sparrow as well, out in the hands. That's done. That hard point is theirs. You cannot contest it, but maybe you can try and flood it in, and that's what's happening. They will be getting a few kills for themselves only till Extincts finds that headshot, a crucial one, a good slide coming in, but Ignite will be able to go in for a quick trade.
Equalizer pulled out as well by Ignite, and from the back is wrapping around as well. Ignite gets a 2-piece, and then on the side as well with the finish. Scout's being shut down, even though all it hits the floor, as Ignite's doing a fantastic job with the equalizer. He's finding so much value for his team. It's crazy.
And they've also got a couple of operators remaining for the next hard point as well. And It's going to be at least 75 points for the side of the World of Battle. So Esports, they have decided to let go of it, but they are being picked apart from every different angle. This last Avenue fight as well will be won by the World of Battle's rotation coming in. They already have players posted around that next hill. And look at the lurk as well from Extinct. He will be stopping anyone who's going to be coming in from that right side while also maintaining control of that beach area.
That's massive. Another man in the front lines, and even he hits the deck. That's the problem. TWOB once again starting to run away with a lot of murders, and it's really looking next to impossible to stop the players of TWOB at this point. Sue Esports, the distance is increasing. TWOB running away with a massive lead, and they've got the points flow now back on the scoreboard for themselves. Sue Esports, they need to stop them right now.
But how are they going to do it? That's going to be the question. Hunter Killer takes care of the person who was on the hill. And this is the last member, man, in yellow number 3, Septic, shut down, respawn. They might as well have a look at the next hill itself, because this is the last 15 seconds of scrap and there's no way anyone from Sui are going to be able to enter there. That's just how solid that defense was. Maybe I said it way too early. Last 10 seconds of scrap will again be contested. The World of Battles do not want to let them reach that 50-point mark at all.
112 points on the board, and Sue Esports finally they've got the control, but once again TWOB, they're going to be on their way soon enough towards the point. And somewhere down line, we already know Sue Esports, for them to defend this point down is going to be a little bit tougher, but still they're doing a great job, at least initially for now. We do not exactly know what the future holds for them. Olive and THOB able to find a quick two-piece tandem as well. Abyss and Zyro able to return back to Olive. Once again, returns back onto Zyro. Now the trades are starting to happen back and forth. Maybe Sue Esports, they're able to wrap their head around on what exactly TWB is trying to do on the board, and he can see the point flow back in the hands of Sue.
Hunter Killer as well, not finding the value. That is just bad for Sue Esports. They're still trying to find some openings as they've got the control of the hill but not of the upper floors. That's going to be a good pick coming in, and Septic needs to win out his own duel. That's going to be super important, super crucial. He wins it, and this should provide the opening that his team needed. He wants to double it up but will be taken down from the side of Abyss, not letting that control go whatsoever. And a hill is being contested 120 to 77. It is pretty close, though I would still say just one more good hill for Sui and they will be finding that equalizer.
Oh, here we go. Look at the amount of bodies that are starting to hit the deck. TWOB, once again, they just get the firm grips around the necks of the opponents and just looking forward to close them now at this point.
Extinct with the war machine. He's not letting anyone enter this garage. Shut down after shut down.
Oh, Extincts.
Massive.
Fury kill with the war machine, of course, just spoiling water on the hopes and dreams of all the players of Sue.
Oh my God!
He gets punched to death. Smokey, you cannot do that, especially when your team's struggling to get any type of points.
See, that is nasty, indeed. But on the other side, Sparrow was also pulled out for TWOB, so they will be able to take control of that area. Pretty pulled out from Extincts as well. Should find a decent amount of value as Abyss will make sure that there's no one entering. Another kill.
Triple kill.
That's just the Sparrow for you. And they also have Zyro's operator remaining for the next hill. It is going to be even more difficult, but I feel that they needed the war machine for the next one. Annihilator is present in the hands of Smokey, so he could eventually pull it off as well for the next hill.
Predator missile pulled out once again. But unfortunately, the value wasn't exactly there on the board. TWOB, there's this constant lead being maintained by them. The players of Sue Esports just not able to get that lead compromised quickly enough, and it's starting to be a big problem for them at this point. TWOB, once again, quick enough to be on the point there, but Sue Esports will be the one this time to be quickly towards the point, but sustaining the point will be a little bit more tougher for them. Sue Esports, yeah, they should be able to cross the triple digits, but TWOB, they're miles ahead of them. And once again, they get their point back in the hands.
Equalizer was pulled out, but that was also shut down. So Septic not finding a lot of value on the back of it because the claw in the hands of Zyro is shutting down everyone from the main front. And he will make sure that there's no one pushing forward. He gets so much value on the back of it.
Exactly. Ignite, able to shut down two of the players as well. Even Smokey falls down, all in for the 2K as well. Abyss and Ignite, even they hit the deck. This is now starting to be a big problem. Once again, for the players of Sue Esports, yeah, they're getting the kills, but the problem is the control of the point flow, and they're just not able to get that. A certain amount of map control is not being held by the players of Sue Esports, and they're losing out on the game as well. And I guess somewhere down line, we all can see the future. TWOB, they just have a mammoth lead against Sue.
over 104 points. That is phenomenal, and they've still got an operator in the hands of Master. On the other side, finally,
here we go.
the Annihilator being pulled out, but yes, just as you mentioned, the Pretty hauled in. That's going to be another pick coming in. Ignite gets a pick of their own. Equalizer, shutdown. Sparrow in the hands of Olive will also be dealt with quickly, as you mentioned, by that Annihilator.
Annihilator is able to find some quick kills on the board. What a quick flick that was towards the opponent. Just straight up blocks onto his skull, shuts him down, and then Ignite as well with a quick 2-piece on the board. TWOB is there too, trying his best to keep his team back in the race, and they do get the points control. This is the exact Esports we wanted to see throughout this entire hardpoint map, but it's a little bit too late as Master is able to shut down 2 players with that Hunter Killer drone. Even the frag grenade's able to find one. Ignite, beautiful stuff. The entirety of Esports, they tumble down. Points control back in the hands of TWOB. 241 points accumulated. A couple of more to go to seal the deal, ladies and gentlemen, and TWOB will be closing things off in the last series of the day.
Highly possible, because the War Machine is also finding so much value yet again. So many players being taken down one after the other. And the lurk from Zyro should be able to find one more. And this is basically it. 245. Yes, a few extra seconds for Sue to get on that hill. But I think so it's done, Necro.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. It seems pretty much done. And yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's done and dusted. Last series of the day has been won by TWOB. Sue, the underdogs this time, they're not going to have a chance to move up ahead inside of this tournament. Instead, they have been eliminated.
That is so unfortunate to see Sue being eliminated like that, but only one was going to survive down in that lower bracket, and that is going to be TWOB, and it's just as you predicted, a 3-1 victory. And that too, both the wins on hardpoint and one on control.
If TWOB, they move up in the upper brackets from this entire lower brackets run, this can indeed be a Cinderella run for them, or maybe a fairy tale run that they have always been desiring from the start. But TWOB shutting down a team like Sue Esports, which we thought could be the underdogs, and they can definitely surprise all of us when we saw them for the first time play inside of the battlegrounds. Unfortunately, the problems, they just stuck through.
It just seemed that at the end of the day, they ran out of gas. That's the only thing. Because even in terms of kills, yes, we were seeing a few of them, but you can clearly see the disadvantage, and not even the disadvantage, the disparity between all of those kills in terms of those players. Because I really saw it in the middle of the game, wherein the lowest kills on the side of TWOB was 17, and the highest on the other side were 19. That's the amount of difference.
I mean, this is how Hacienda kicked off, right? Off the bat, we thought that, hold on, maybe Sue Esports can actually bring in a tough fare against TWOB. But then later on in the mid phase, we just saw this constant lead being maintained by the players of TWOB, which was over 104 points. And that constant lead just kept them in the advantage. And of course, when the opponent's in the advantage, somewhere down line, you, as the defending side of things, you will always start to overthink quite a lot.
After that P2 is where I think all the things started to tumble down for Sue Esports, and all they could gather was just a few scrap points that were left away from TWOB. If I'm not wrong, there was only one hill on P1 on the second rotation. That's where we did see Sue Esports trying to bring a few things back for themselves. But as soon as we moved towards that garage, the War Machine pulled out, did everything that you could ask for, and the Sparrow as well coming into play. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The second rotation of those hard points. That's where everything just clearly went in favor of TWOB.
Exactly. I mean, TWOB, with how they were able to get some of these kills, it was insane. Back-to-back numbers on the board is something that was keeping the players of Sue Esports in a lot of pressure. How can they try to counter that? I'm not exactly sure. But one thing is for sure is that they need to be a little bit more dominant. They need to be a little bit more assertive and assert that dominance and aggression against the opponents. Slow and steady play style. Yes, it can work out in Search and Destroy, but not exactly in Control and Hardpoint. As we do have the match stats in front of us, TWOB extincts with 41 kills, and then Olive with 20 only. I mean, yes, it's equally distributed, but still look at the difference. It's stark.
I don't even want to mention what I really want to mention. I know you've already seen it. But yes, at the end of the day, in terms of the kills, there was a huge difference. In terms of the operator usage and operator value, there was a humongous difference. But yeah, what I want to mention is that Master has got 24 kills. And Olive, TWOB, Smokey, they're the top 3 fraggers of their team, and they are on 20 kills. That's, I mean, of course,
that's what I mentioned too, right? The players of TWOB, they won this with a stark difference. And now, once again, as you mentioned this, as I've been mentioning as well from the past, since the past, all the way back from DreamHack itself, you never lose, you learn. And this was a learning curve for the players of SUU Esports. All they can do is go back home, look at the VODs, understand what exactly needs to be improved, and once again, just try and work upon the mistakes that they made. As I mentioned, in my opinion, they should be a little bit more assertive inside of the game.
Yes, I totally agree on that, because you need the map to go in the way you want it to flow, and that was not what was happening. And it all changed up when we saw that control being pulled up on Crossroad Strike. That's where TWOB decided, alright, playtime is over, it's time we demolish them, and that is what they did. 3-0. It was so very quick on that map that it basically broke the entire mental of the side of SUU Esports.
Hey, well, you know what? It's time to look at the Group A brackets once again and find out how the course is looking like. One thing is for sure from the lower brackets, at least for now, TWOB is going to be safe. Tomorrow, we will be looking at the matchups from Group B, where GODLIKE will be back in action. And yes, all the GODLIKE fans will be super excited to look at that team perform. It is indeed the favorite team for a lot of the players out there, and not just the players, even the people that are going to be observing or viewing the entire game from the YouTube broadcast or whatever platform you guys like to view it from. But yeah, tomorrow's day is definitely going to be a banger day without a doubt. But even today's day has been quite interesting. Off the rip, we saw Vitality dominate TWOB, then Anthem take down SUU Esports, and then in the lower brackets, when we saw the matchup between SUU Esports and TWOB, once again, the history repeated itself, where TWOB dismantled SUU Esports, and they moved up forward from the lower brackets. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, we will be witnessing matchups of Group B itself. Off the bat, we will see AUTOBOTZ versus SICARIOS, and then the second matchup will be between GODLIKE Esports versus I2K.
Two of the teams, I mean 3 in total of the teams that we have not seen a lot, at least not back in DreamHack, because there's only GODLIKE here. So I would like to name Group A as the Group of Death, because there were 3 behemoth teams. On the other side, since we've been mentioning a lot about what we're going to see tomorrow, we will be seeing the schedule and the matches that are going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be none other than, as you previously mentioned, AUTOBOTZ up against SICARIOS, and also GODLIKE taking on I2K. Now, if we remember, I2K has also been the team that is yet to win a match back from the DreamHack. So I am expecting them maybe to at least get a couple of maps away from GODLIKE.
I mean, I2K, they've already been struggling, and now they're facing off against GODLIKE. Off the bat, I'm not exactly sure how the feeling is going to be looking like for I2K, man. I low-key feel a little bit bad for them, but maybe they have a complete revamped team. Maybe they're looking much more refined inside of this tournament. They have had enough time to work upon themselves and understand how exactly they would like to counter some of the best and the known teams inside of the region. And definitely, as I mentioned, that time should be more than enough.
Yes, but I'm also looking forward to the matchup between AUTOBOTZ and SICARIOS, right? Because both of these teams, they're the ones who we have not yet seen a lot. And again, just how SUU were able to impress us with the way they were able to play together as that 5-man squad. I'm expecting AUTOBOTZ and SICARIOS to pull something off, if not better, almost on the similar level. Because you can always surprise us, you can always surprise the community, and the best story is always that underdog run.
As you mentioned, the best story is always the underdog runs, and we all, somewhere down line, love to see the upsets as well. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to follow all of our social, ESL India, Nodwin Gaming, be it Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, whatever you guys like to use. Make sure to follow all the social right there. And if you guys enjoyed our casting as well, it's me, Necro, and Shai Shanu on the opposite side of the desk as well. Ladies and gentlemen, day one was, of course, quite phenomenal. But before we end the show, we also got to thank our sponsors, too. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters the most, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Galaxy AI is here, Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, and then level up your career with DHL. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it from my side, Necro and Shai Shanu. It's time for us to take leave. We're signing off.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're willing to work for him. You're willing to hurt for him. But most of all, you're willing to be first for him. Ha! Look. I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert.